I would like to call this meeting to order. Good night, everyone. We are reconvening from closed session, and the board took action on a 5-0 vote to place a classified employee on the 39-month reemployment list. And in moving to the approval of the agenda order, I would like to ask the board to consider a motion to move item F, which is discussion 13 on the Palo Alto High School library, to the first item on our agenda, as we will have Pali staff members present, and they would certainly appreciate having that item on the agenda.
So moved.
So we hear at 7.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, so we will move discussion item 13 to first on the agenda at 7 o'clock in front of the other items. So with that, we will move to the superintendent's report. Dr.
Great.
McGee.
Thank you very much. Well, because we are all here for our young men and young women and our extraordinary students, I'd like to start by recognizing some of them. In your packet, you will see that we have the semifinalists in our National Merit Scholarship. I don't think I'll read all the names because there are so many, and we are on a little time pressure this evening. But both Gunn and Palo Alto have significant representation, and we're very impressed with these students and proud of them, and most highly commend them. I know at the schools they had special, recognition, a little party for those, so we're happy about that. The next item is we have a very special guest tonight, and who was competing in the St. Francis Debate Tournament, which is a very, highly prestigious tournament, had teams from all over the country. And I would like to ask this young lady, Anna, would you step up to the podium? And I will join her there.
All right.
So this is 2 days of debating. This is longer than our board meetings, you know. And against some really stiff competition, and there were different categories. But Anna took top honors across the board in this debate tournament. So, Anna, we have a special award of commendation for you from the Board of Education. It's a certificate of recognition presented to Anna Liu for her extraordinary efforts and exemplary performance, first place in the St. Francis Invitational Debate Competition. And Anna, congratulations.
Yay.
Very. And I just asked Anna to share her observation or two about what this competition felt like, what it was like to be there.
Yeah, the St. Francis tournament was actually last weekend, and it was a really great experience because we actually debated about the topic, which was about organ procurement from the deceased. So we get into a lot of political, social, and religious issues about what the government and society has the right to do and what we should do for the benefit of others. So I'm just so thankful that we have such a great speech and debate program at Palo Alto High School and throughout the Palo Alto School District, because we're allowed to explore these issues and really get the educational benefit of being part of a team.
Wow.
Hey, Anna.
Thank you, Anna.
And proud mom, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, and Luan,
Congratulations.
who's and her brother is on our national merit list, the semifinalist. So
Oh my goodness, Mama.
I go. I wish I had known you when my kids were in high school. I would have liked some advice.
Yeah.
But thank you. So we have. I don't think I'll be able to show the video clips tonight. We'll do that at the next meeting. I wanted to take a few moments just and invite the board members in attendance to say a few words about Gunn's 50th anniversary. Now, this was Gunn opened the same year the Ford Mustang was introduced. And on a more serious note, the same year Martin Luther King received the Nobel Peace Prize. And I think both of those are relevant actually to the story and the spirit of Gunn, which certainly, as we learned through talking with the principal, Bob McLean, through hearing about the life and the vision of Henry Gunn, has always been about innovation and experiment and new experiences. As the Mustang was at the time probably the most innovative car design, and actually continues to this day, as does Gunn. And Martin Luther King won the Nobel Peace Prize for, of course, his work with desegregation and social justice. But it was very apparent as we listened to the Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren talk about her experience in the class of 1966, and others who took great pride in fighting for social justice at that time in high school, at a time when a lot of high schools were kind of putting the clamps down on this, that this freedom of expression was encouraged, within parameters. And it was just really a moving ceremony that morning. We really need to thank Cheryl, Lynn, Miriam, and Tabitha, who put on this extraordinary event. Of course, the game was exciting, the ceremony, the flag dedication, the dance was a blast. But this this ceremony, where we learned about the really the courageous vision that it took at that time from Bob and the founding faculty members, was really inspirational. It allowed the kids to develop this voice and character within these parameters, and how they equally promoted academic, artistic, and athletic talent. Just a phenomenally moving weekend. And there's just so many different special pieces. We have a few pictures, lots of cheers. We had alumni cheerleaders at Friday night's game as well as the regular cheers, and there's the current squad. Lots of music, and Gunn is known for its music. There's the band. We also heard the choir. Oh my goodness, at the ceremony, do 2 numbers. Was talk about giving you goosebumps. Plenty of music. That was, one more cheer. I was really surprised to receive a Titans football gear. My former high school where I was president was also the Titans with no football team. And so on the chow down, I saw one of the coach with Titan football. I said, I have to have a Titan football shirt. So that was a surprise before the opening game. Bob McLean in the center, Congresswoman Lofgren, and this was before the ceremony. This is the flag raising. The flag that our Congresswoman and Eshu donated to the school flew over the nation's capital. And that flag was presented Saturday afternoon. Bob read the proclamation that was in the congressional record. And there we dedicated the flag, and Bob sure was in his heyday. And of course it was well attended, the picnic at the game. The 4 girls sang the Star Spangled Banner. I don't know about the 2 alumni on the right, but they were having a fine time. Really appreciate the board members for attending. I know a couple of you were out of town, but Friday night football, Heidi, and thank you so much for coming to the ceremony and wearing red to boot. So anyway, let's continue. And so anyway, that we'll stop right there for now. That is that was Gunn's 50th. And I don't know, did you want to add something, Melissa? Or
I just
Heidi?
wanted to share, I wasn't as aware of the details of the opening of the school. And for those who weren't, the fact that it was done so deliberately was just really amazing. That's Gunn High School. They spent a year getting ready to open the school. And so everything that was done was incredibly deliberate as a result of that. It's a luxury we probably won't have again for a while, but there was a fantastic video that we will see at a later date that Miriam Rothman wrote and produced, and it was like watching a KQED video. It was unbelievable. I was so proud to be part of a district that had such a thoughtful opening of a high school.
Very nice. And Miriam actually dropped off the video today, and we will show clips at the next meeting. I had a couple 2-minute clips, but without Tabitha here, I am helpless, so apologies.
I just wanted to say, can I add one more?
Yeah, please,
quick-
go ahead. Oh, yeah,
just a
Heidi and
quick thing.
Camille, jump in,
Sorry.
please.
Just a very quick thing. We also got to meet the granddaughter of Henry Gunn, who was there,
Right.
Tanya Moda, who, for those of you who also went to Juana Briones like I did, she was the director of Kids Club at Briones for many years and is now the director of the Bessie Bolton Children's Center. So she's been a really big part of our early childhood education environment. I've known her for many, many years and didn't realize she was the granddaughter of Henry
Wasn't
Gunn.
that something, right?
But her family, her parents, her and her siblings, and both her kids all went through Gunn. So it's just an amazing family story.
Yeah, and just you saw the announcer in one of the photos. She was a graduate of Gunn High School,
Right.
and she is what
The
NBC?
NBC affiliate now,
Thank
I think.
you. Yeah,
right?
and she was a fantastic announcer. To so have our graduates do these things become professionals. It was very exciting.
Yeah, yeah. Good. Good, thank you. So just a few out and about photos, and this was one of my favorites. I just noticed this at Gunn the other day. So anyway, they eat your brake wires. Oh, okay. We'll have to do something about that. I've been trying to get around and visit a school a day in addition to the second cup of coffee, and had a tour of the Colonial Garden at Ohlone. And I just love hanging out at Palo. The media center is really active. I sent the photo of the students eating lunch outside to all my colleagues back in the Midwest. That doesn't happen. Again, the kids in the English class working in the Media Arts Center. This is over at one of the middle schools where the kids are taking time to just celebrate each other. I was over at JLS today, and it's just at lunchtime with 1,000 middle school students and then some being out. There's a lot of energy. We've had some professional development sessions. This one is, as we talked in our goals, about creating a collective community. And we had an outside speaker come in, Charles had arranged for. Talk about the importance of a collaborative culture. He's currently superintendent of Stevenson High School, which is certainly was among the top 100 on the Newsweek poll, as were our two high schools, and works with Austin Buffin. And of course, education is proceeding pretty well. You know, a few of these kids get distracted by the photographer in the room, but by and large, we're very excited about what we're able to do. And I'm going to ask you in a moment to pull up that education trust video, Charles. Just a word on the second cup of coffee. I thank the board members for coming to that. A few common themes. The mission and goals are really, the vision and goals are really resonating throughout the community. I think people appreciate, hearing the vision that we have shared at the board meeting about, developing and deepening knowledge, critical thinking, problem-solving skills, nurturing curiosity, creativity, and resilience. Thus empowering every student to reach his or her fullest potential. That's resonating, as are the goals. And we get a lot of head nods about the consistency. And I must say I'm hearing that from the teachers as well. I met with the Palo Ed Council. I had lunch with the JLS teachers today. And, not everybody, of course nobody wants to be on the same page at the same time, but the idea of balancing that consistency with innovation, I think is speaking well. And I met with one of the department chairmen at the high school yesterday, and he said, hey, we need consistency. We would all benefit from this. All the students would. So, I'm happy to hear that, we're aligning with the parents, students, and who we've heard from on that issue before, and staff. Another theme that's emerging at the elementary schools is, can we challenge our students more in mathematics? That's really important, I think, and we'll be talking about that more as we progress, but we've heard that at 4 out of the 5 meetings so far. Middle school generally has been more about personal issues, and I've only had one high school. The second one, I think, is early next week or later this week. So anyway, they're terrific. Do you want to take a moment to see a little bit of the gun video?
Yeah, sure.
Now that we have technical support. I just wanted to show a minute clip if we could, and then
There's a
we'll go
public
on
high
to the
school
last
in
announcement of the
California
evening.
where no official tardiness records are kept.
Thank you.
There's no dress code. Students are not required to attend study hall. Seniors and sophomores may sit side by side in the same academic courses. And a casual visitor feels that the students are genuinely interested in learning, not in the end of period bell. The name of this incredible public institution is Henry M. Gunn High School, and the name of its principal is Dr. Robert McLean. This quotation from the Los Altos Town Crier in 1966 continued, describing Gunn's college-like campus, set in the midst of old California oak trees that sheltered the school, with landscaped lawns that provided a respite from classes, and the fountain in the center of the main quad that afforded endless opportunities for entertainment. Dr. Henry M. Gunn was hired as superintendent in 1950 to revolutionize education in Palo Alto. When Dr. Gunn retired in 1961, the school board, led at that time by David Packard, announced that the district's next secondary school would be named Henry M. Gunn Senior High School in honor of his achievements in the field of education. Dr. Gunn espoused educational individuality and experimentation, and many of his ideas were implemented at the new school. I guess I'm back to the point of really being concerned about individual students of all kinds and trying to meet all kinds of different needs. And then, of course, the other thing about that is how different Gunn High School, reading Henry M. Gunn talking about high schools can be different. They don't have to be the same. And boy, has this place been different, hasn't it, Bob? Bob McLean from the beginning?
And this provided an opportunity for some youngsters that normally you wouldn't find.
You wouldn't find in class, right? And I think it helped inside teachers
Right, can you
as well,
forward this a little?
because those
to the next one
particular
would be great.
kids,
Motivated
I
them
think
to-
2 of 1, it motivated them,
Yeah,
and they cleaned up their act, and they maybe still
It's about 5:40.
tried to do their work. We
thinking
tried,
about the motorcycle.
thinking about the next, and he set down the rules. You can be in one block, you can't be in the other. I'm not going to keep you
5:40.
for
Back the
12
other way.
weeks.
Yeah,
There are a
5:40.
whole bunch of other people who want to be in there.
Yeah. And again, that philosophy and the enjoyment that we all
5:40.
share all day and every day. All handpicked
There we
by
go, that's
him,
good.
who spent a
That'll
whole
work.
year creating the school that they envisioned, a high school that resembled an institution of higher education. As the Town Crier article claimed, there are several reasons why Gunn is such a fine, fascinating school. Its excellent faculty, the beautiful oak-studded grounds, and architecture which doesn't feel dreary and institutional. But, unmistakably, one man is responsible, Dr. Robert McLean, who in everything he's done there has managed to establish this atmosphere, one that we can only describe as a feeling of encouragement. Dr. McLean, upon announcing his resignation in June 1970, wrote, "Gunn is a unique school in many ways. Our physical plant is one of the finest, but perhaps even finer is the teaching-learning atmosphere we have been able to develop. The mutual respect among the students, staff, and administration has been, in my judgment, the primary ingredient that has made my tenure at Gunn so professionally satisfying and personally pleasant."
Great, thanks, Charles.
50
Right, I
years
just wanted
later.
to recognize the 2 founders there for a minute. So,
nice,
yeah,
really
good. So just one last announcement. I don't think we need to show the PowerPoint on this because of the time. Today, Education Trust West released a report about that recognize excellence in teaching English language learners. In that report, Palo Alto Unified School District was identified as one of 11 districts across the state who are top performers in serving the needs of English language learners. We prepared a press release, we put this on the website, and offered to be a demonstration site. They looked at 4 different metrics, and again, only 11 districts in the state were in the top 10% in 3 of those 4 metrics, and we were one of those. And I really wanted to thank our staff, Judy Argumento, one of our leaders, but the fact that we can put resources where they have an enormous return in terms of what students can learn and preparing them for the future, it was and having this recognition by Ed Trust West is truly significant and a great testimony to our efforts to ensure a highly excellent academic culture for each and every one of our students. So I think you'll hear more about this from Ed Trust West in days to come, but it was a great thing to have disembargoed at 9 o'clock this morning. We found out about it just Friday afternoon.
Yeah,
So,
great.
yeah. And that is, that's it for my report.
Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you.
McGee. Lots of good news. So Rose and Carolyn, we'd like to hear about goings-on at Pally and Gunn. Who wants to start?
Okay, I guess I will start. So obviously, as Dr. McGee has already talked about, the 50th anniversary was a huge deal for Gunn. We had our football game that I could not stay for all of, but I believe we did not win. Am I correct in that statement? Okay.
Yeah.
Regardless, it was a wonderful event, and on behalf of the students, I want to thank every volunteer that put in the hours and hours that it took to put that on. It was well put together and very touching. On the student government side of it, we launched a new event on Wednesday that is called We Built Human Mazes and had a competition, which is just kind of a fun thing that we get to do to help raise the spirit of Gunn students. We had our new families potluck that had very good attendance. Just the new families to learn about what Gunn is. And then we had our fall club day this past Friday, where we had over 100 clubs. That's about it for me.
Okay. Lots of cool stuff has been happening at Pally this past couple of weeks. One of the things we're doing is holding a campus-wide volleyball tournament, and we have approximately 20 student teams, and the winning team is going to play a staff team next Tuesday. And then the student government class is also selling breast cancer awareness t-shirts on their web store, and they're $10 to $20 depending on how people customize them, and the proceeds are going to subsidize Pally's homecoming and prom this year. And our next football game is also supposed to be a pink out, where students are all supposed to wear pink or their breast cancer awareness t-shirts. And the ASB is continuing to plan our 2014 Spirit Week, and they're also seeing larger student involvement in the Spirit Week dances. And in response to, I believe it was Camille's question last week, Pally has 81 clubs that are currently on campus.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah. That's
Hey.
When's the pink out game?
I think it's this Friday. I might be wrong, though.
Okay.
The next home
They
game.
do play this Friday, right? Is that October 3rd. Okay, thanks.
Need to borrow some pink.
That's
Okay,
breast
thank you,
cancer
Carolyn and
awareness.
Rose. That moves us to the consent calendar. These items are routine and are approved in one action without discussion unless a board member or community member wishes to pull an item, and I don't have any cards to indicate such, so I would entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
The consent calendar is approved. We will move on to open forum. We have 2 cards for open forum. First, Mr. Joe Hirsch, followed by Siddharth Srinivasan. Welcome.
Board members, Superintendent McGee, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. I am a proud parent of 4 graduates of Gunn High School who all got a good education there, which helped them later on in life. They're now in their 40s and all doing well. I'm here to speak to you about a former high school, Cumberly. I think, as you all know, the master lease expires at the end of this year with the city of Palo Alto. A decision was supposed to have been made last December about renewal of that lease. It is an important community asset, and renewal is appropriate. I know from discussion last night that the Community Service Department staff is frustrated that there has been no renewal yet, so they don't know how to plan for next year, the programs they would have at Cumberly. Tenants, of course, are very anxious. I am immediate past president and a board member of the Cardiac Therapy Foundation. We have at this time roughly 200 members in our program. We treat people and work with people and help people who have cardiovascular disease, as I have. Over the years, we have helped over 2,000 members of the community. The program was instituted in 1970, went into operation in 1971, and as I said, over those 43 years, we have helped over 2,000 people with cardiovascular disease. Given the real estate market today, if we do not have space at Cumberly next year, bottom line, we're out of business. And that's not a very exciting thought for someone who's been with them for 17 years as I have. I know there are differences of opinion between the district and the city, but you are our two most important governmental entities in this city. I urge you to rapidly get together, resolve them, and move on with the renewal of the lease for the betterment of the community. I know it's been delayed with change of superintendents, but that is behind you, and I would encourage your representatives, including Superintendent McGee, to meet again with City Manager Keene and do something that is beneficial to the entire community. Renew the lease. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hirsch, and also thank you for your leadership with the cardiac therapy work you do at Coverly. This is an open forum item, so as you probably know, we're pretty limited in what we can say, but I think Dr. McGee would like to say a couple of words.
Right, and I wanted to thank you for coming as well. Mr. Keene and I met for our third time at 4 o'clock this afternoon, so.
He told you I would be here.
He did tell me you would be here, but I think it's important for you to know that we have been talking since the day I started here. So we've met 3 times in the past 6 weeks, and we'll continue to do so. And both of us recognize that it is in the community's best interest to come to an agreement. The lease represents a significant portion of operating funds, we said at the last meeting. So, but I am confident we can reach a fair resolution and do so in a timely manner. So thank you for your encouragement, and I just want to share that we will continue to have these sessions and share news as we can.
Thank you. Those are good words to hear. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hirsch. We also have a speaker from Siddharth Srinivasan. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. I'm a Palo sophomore. I'm also a community volunteer for our city's emergency services. I am a block preparedness coordinator, and I help keep my block safe and prepared for an emergency. Recently, a big earthquake hit Napa and caused some damages. It is a reminder that we must be prepared for an earthquake at schools, offices, and our homes. I'm using this opportunity to inform our students and families about the ePrep Fair event on Sunday, September 28th at El Carmelo School from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. Approximately a dozen organizations and City of Palo Alto departments will be providing more than 20 stations with free information regarding a wide range of safety and emergency preparedness topics, such as building emergency supply kits, bike safety and maintenance, keeping children and pets safe, local resources, and tips on planning prior to an emergency. I hope to see our school students and families at the event on Sunday. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Sunday, yeah.
So September 28th, 1 to 4 p.m. at El Carmelo School, open to the public, free parking too. Thank you so much for your announcement.
All right, thank you.
I'll make sure it is.
Okay, we are going to move forward with our action, discussion, and information items, beginning with our amended placement of the approval of a revised conceptual design budget and DLM addendum number 21 for the library renovation project at Palo Alto High School. Dr. McGee.
Great. Well, thank you, and thanks to members of the board for moving this up on the agenda. I know this is particularly important to the those who have to be at work really early tomorrow morning. So we appreciate your consideration. Rachel and the team are very excited about the design, and we are appreciative of everyone's inclusive involvement in the process. The space has served us well for over 40 years now, right, Rachel? 43 to be exact.
Counting.
Yeah.
I'm not counting.
And it's time to renovate. So we'd like to welcome Matt Hall, Kathy Lawrence, Rachel, Kim, Bob, and we'll let you, I'm going to turn this over to you, Bob.
Oh, thanks, Max. Well, at any rate, the board's seen a conceptual design before. You saw it in January of 2013. This is a revision. Actually, we have time. I've projected our anticipated schedule, and the plan is that we'll do construction when the Performing Arts Center is finished. And so we have until June of 2016, so we do have time to run through the schematic design, time for DSA approval, which always takes some time, and then a bid period. What's being asked tonight, this is simply discussion. We'll be requesting a vote at the next meeting. We're going to do the following. First of all, address the changes from the January 2013 conceptual design to this particular conceptual design, and then go into detail on the new conceptual design. Tom Hodges is here with me, the project manager for our program, and also Erwin Lee, the architect with DLM, the architect for our high schools. And so Tom and Erwin, why don't you start?
So before Erwin starts, I just wanted to, since it's been a year and a half, I thought I'd just kind of go over some of the main themes that were the comments at the last time we presented it. I think the one concern was there was not enough space being dedicated to students in the previous design. And so Erwin will show you kind of what the old design was and the new and how that compares. Our first concept was locating the administration in the library. That was also a concern, moving from the tower. That has also been changed, that you'll see. The meeting space, the reconfiguration of the library does not include replacement of the 2 resource centers. And I think we mentioned last time that that was going to be put into the tower building and other places on campus. So we've brought some plans to show how that might look once those spaces are vacated. And then the last was just, like I said, the utilization of both the tower building and the 300 building. I think that's why we have staff here to maybe answer any questions on that. So with that, I'm going to let Erwin go through his slides, and then if I need to chime in, I will.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Good evening, everyone. Hi, Erwin. It's been a while since we last presented this project, so we took a step back, and on the first slide you'll see this is existing library as it is currently, pretty much the way it is. And you can see that the main library is this area right here in this color. And there's a lot of different functions around it, some of them having to do with the library, some not having to do with the library. So the program, we've been calling this the Building 500 now, renovation, because it encompasses a lot more things than just the library. So the program we have here now is the library, the student activities, instructional spaces, meeting rooms, the College Career Center, and guidance. And what you don't see up here now is administration, which is back into the tower building. So this is what the concept plan that we presented back in February 2013. And most of the changes I'm going to show you this evening has to do with this area here. Back in February 2013, we had the College Career Center here. We had admin here in this area and guidance here. And some of the comments we got were, is the library adequately sized? Should the admin be down here? Should the college career be in a different position where it can more readily expand? So this is the concept we have today. We've moved the administration out of this building, and it's gone back to the tower. We've moved the College Career Center from this area over here and turned that over into meeting rooms, conference space for the library, which can be divided up into 2 smaller conference areas. We've downsized the common area and increased the size of the guidance area. We had some conversations about how that would be used in connection with the student activities, and it was decided that it could actually work as a smaller space. So we're calling this now, instead of the common, we're calling it the gallery. So the gallery all the way through the entire length of this building, separating the library functions and the pass-through, which occurs now at the cut-through of the building. So comparing the 2 plans, this is the existing library as it is. It's about 11,770 square feet, and it's got a seating capacity of about 165 students, seats in very different arrangements. And what we're proposing in the new plan, you can see the library areas are rendered in the same color. The new library is going to be about 13,000 square feet, and we're going to add about 100 more seats in this library. And that's counting the chairs and tables and soft seating you see there. And as you can tell, it's not very dense. It's not as dense as it is right now. So that number could actually be increased a bit. Next. So as we showed before, we're trying to make the double height space, which forms the majority of this library area, a light and airy space, and we're going to do that by bringing overhead lights in through skylights, and we're going to move some of the functions to the outside perimeter, so it's not kind of that dreary internally non-windowed space that it is now. To the entry to the library is going to be off of the gallery, and into the large two-story space, we're going to have this portal here that you walk through, and some of the walls along the library will have a combination of glass and shelves. There's going to be a lot of pull-out private rooms, conference, collaboration rooms. They'll have glass partitions and sliding glass doors to make them visible and very accessible. And the edges of the building, as we're moving it out towards the quad now, we're going to develop the edges so it's not just a window, but it's a place for kids to go. They can sit there, they can work on their laptop, you know, and they look out the quad. The quad will be, someday the quad will be developed into. Next, and we introduced this last go around the archive private collections, and we're going to put it up on this mezzanine area. And there's some images here of what those might look like. And the reason we did it is Rachel wanted to have these viewable, but she didn't want to have them so accessible that people would be there all the time. So it's got limited access up here. There's places to have books, pull out your books and review them as you're sitting up there, but you'll be able to see the collections up there. And in that big two-story space, we'll make a nice elevation. As you walk into this building, you'll see, you know, all these books, and you know, hopefully it'll be a kind of a grand space like that. Next. And so how are we going to do that? From the bringing some light, we're going to introduce some skylights over the top of the on the roof, and you'll see if we take the roof off now. Next slide. You see the two-story space. This is a two-story space, the 9 square, and the majority of it is for the library. Next. Here you see the space. The two-story space is this area here, and then around the perimeter is all the one-story space with the admin and the guidance, college career center, and other support services. Next. Here's another rendering kind of showing what that is, and you can see the mezzanine up here. So as you walk in, you look in this wall, you see the collections. And then we've worked in the back here. I think it's called, what is it, the maker space now, in this back room, which is connected to the library. So it's a space for the students to use independently of the library. Next. And as we mentioned before, now that the library is going to break out towards the edge, we wanted to get more transparency on this edge so that you can see into the library, you can see through the library, and this building won't feel as much as an obstruction in the middle of the campus there. And some of the programs that were in there, like the EERC and some of those research rooms, are going to move to the tower. We're proposing the tower to become more of a meeting space, to put those public community meeting space, and that's partly to keep the community from cutting all the way into the center of the campus, you know, to go to these spaces. They can stop up here where there's more control, and all the front door type activities, attendance in the offices will remain up here. See, on the upstairs floor, there's some classrooms, but there's also some of the other meeting rooms and the introduction of an elevator and some restrooms into this building. So that's kind of what we're proposing, where the admin is going to stay back in that space.
Okay, so we're here with staff, so if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Good, okay, so this is on for a discussion tonight, and Carolyn, I know that board members will be especially interested in your questions and thoughts, and would you like us to start with you, or do you want us to do a round, give you a little time?
I guess I just have
have one clarification question.
Okay.
I think the room was called the mezzanine with the books stacked on top of each other. What exactly would the purpose of that be if you don't want the students to necessarily be overusing the books? Or am I just understanding this?
No, so basically we have the Palo Library. I'm actually only the 4th librarian to ever work there, so it's a really good job. But we have books all the way back from the very beginning of the library, it was from 1918. So we have saved those books. It's a vintage collection. We also have archives that we're getting from the athletics programs and other programs at the school that we want to keep for student journalists to use, and we get outside scholars and alumni. And so we currently keep that now in the back of the library, and so no one even sees that it's there. So what we propose to do is to house it within sight, and then people can ask to go up and take a look at it. So we want it to actually it'll be more accessible now than it ever was before.
Okay. That's all I had to
Good,
say
thank you.
Yeah.
And Rose, I know Guns Library was recently, at least a few years ago, was renovated. Do you have any questions or comments?
My one comment would be I'm kind of jealous. It does look very nice, and I think it looks like an amazing facility that has incorporated a lot of what I like about the gun library into things like the collaboration rooms. I know they're overused at gun at this point, but part of it is how you use the space you have, and I would recommend using gun as an example because I do think we have a great library program, whether it be renting out laptops, Kindles, iPads, having a green room, whatever it may be. It's how you use the space, but it looks like it's perfectly set up for meeting kids' needs.
Well, I'd just like to say that we collaborate.
Of
Mr.
course you do.
Toomey and all of us are collaborating on our spaces, and now, Gun is thinking what we're doing in our space, they might want to do too. But I do want to say, you bring up a good point. We've been doing a lot of research and going to libraries and reading about libraries, and I just want to say that this is the 3rd project I've been involved in my long career, and I've never worked with an architect that we started with the program. What do kids do? What are the instructional program? What is it what we want to do? And that's where we started. We didn't start with any other idea except for that. And I just want to compliment Erwin and his team for starting with the program. And that's where we've really been centered, is with the students and how the students work and all the other constituents that work. But I was reading today an article actually on my phone. I like to say I'm an all-terrain reader. I like books. I like digital everything. But I was reading, and it's an article called, the section of this was on the future of libraries, and it was called "The Promise of a Library Its Place 2024." And I'd just like to quote, because I think it sort of speaks to what you're talking about. "Libraries are the academic commons of the college." This is a college focus, but we could substitute that for high school. "Libraries are the academic commons of the high school, the central neutral ground on which students from all disciplines can meet to share and collaborate in the academic enterprise. As virtual collections replace their physical analogs, freeing up library space, we have an opportunity to rethink the role of the library as academic hub." We've been sort of calling it the hub. But we're not a college, we're a high school, so we want to support print as well. Print is extremely important, I feel. The jury's still out on the digital books and comprehension and all of that. So we want to support both print and we want to support digital, and that's one of the reasons for, if you go back, you'll see we have a room as a high-density storage, which Gun has. So it allows us to keep our collections for use for projects, like for reconstruction or something, and then also free up space for displays and more of a bookstore-like atmosphere. So we can do both in our high school library. And the other thing I think that's important for us to think about is the supervision issue is really different. We're talking college here, but we are high school, and we want to make sure that everything's adequately supervised, that everyone's adequately supported. So we really did also put a lot of effort into looking at sight lines and supervision, and we have a Genius Bar, for example, where kids can get help with their technology needs. We have an information desk sort of at the front, so we want to make sure that we're really accessible as well, and so we thought about that a lot in our space. Thank you, Rachel. So these are the conceptual drawings, and what is before the board that would return in 2 weeks is the approval for design services of $147,525. So we'll move to board questions and comments, starting with Ms. Bain-Caswell.
Well, this is very exciting. Sad we're not going to have it till 2017. It's always these things, you know. I know when we get it, it'll seem like it went so quickly. But, you know, this new design with more student study space, I think is really important. You know, as we move to more collaborative activities in the classroom, as students need to get together to do small collaborative work, they need places to do it, and sitting out on the quad, as lovely as that is not really a realistic place for students to study and do work. So I like this is so open. I'm hoping that we're thinking about it in terms of configurable, reconfigurable. I hope we'll have some like moving partitions and things like that, so that, you know, 3 glassed-in rooms is probably not going to be enough with the kind of work that our kids are doing. So I think they're going to need to move around. I've been in some places at some universities, including the one across the street, and they're doing a lot of things with movable partitions, so you can sort of make your own room. So I really think that's good that we have a lot of open space here. You answered my question about where the actual physical printed volume's going to live. I know that at the beginning, Erwin mentioned that some of the walls going into the space are going to be bookshelves. Are we planning to have some books on those bookshelves as well?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have about 12,000 volumes, and we'll continue to have about 12,000 volumes, and we'll have them in shelving around in the library, and in the reading area will obviously be fiction and things like that. So
Okay, so we're not going to put all of our books in high-density storage, and you have to
not
come
at
and
all.
check them out.
No.
We'll have them around to sort of...
And the high-density storage room is not actually going to be in the back of the, like it is at Gunn, it's behind the circulation desk. It's going to be open to anybody. So people can come in and crank the shelves and find the book. So it's not going to be precious ground. It's going to be there. It's just going to be a different way to store. And so that's the plan. And also, just to speak to your idea about the moving walls. So one of the things that we did when we had these plans before is we put them out for the students, and we had comments, and one of the comments we got was exactly that. We need places to work that are bigger than those collaboration rooms. And so what we did when we took college and career, we decided to make that a library instructional space that could then be divided when there was no library instruction going on, so that you could meet with larger groups, your clubs could meet, that sort of thing. And so we took that direct feedback and put that into our plan.
Well, I like the flexibility, and I like that you just brought that up. There's going to be some larger spaces, too. I can't read my own handwriting. Isn't that terrible? It must not be that important. One of the things that I do notice, and, you know, I don't know in 20 years what we'll use to power our technology, but right now kids need to plug in places. And I assume we have to think about that now as we're starting this design. Am I right about that, Erwin, or is that?
No, you're right.
Okay, so that's one of the things I'd like to understand is how are we going to support that? I know I asked this question a lot when I went into the new buildings, both at Palo and Gunn. How are we going to make sure that, you know, we don't have to bring a lot of extension cords with strips, and so I would like to know the answer to that as we move along on this. And then my final thing sounds really unimportant in the scheme of this beautiful library, but I want to make sure it's as usable as possible. This is a pretty big building. There are a lot of different usage in it. Now you're putting enough seating for at least 100 more students. Are 2 bathrooms, 1 boys and 1 girls, is that enough for that building? Is that enough to serve all the people that are going to be using that building?
What we did is we have the boys and girls restroom, and we position that on the quad side so that they could be used during lunch. But we've also added on the top side here, we had some staff restrooms, and we changed the configurations of the staff restrooms so that we have 4 restrooms, single occupant, so it's more like a family type restroom, and then we have a what do we call it? A restroom that can be used for students, a private restroom as well.
Can you just highlight it, because I can't see where that is.
Okay, it's this area right here. So,
Oh, okay.
and so what we have here now is there's a lactation room right there, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4 restrooms, and then there's one here that can be used for students who feel uncomfortable about using the one down here.
Okay, so you answered my question. We do need more but you have them then. Okay. This looks great. And actually, I want to say that I appreciate that admin has been moved back to the tower building. The more I thought about that, the more I thought, gosh, let's say entrance to our school. Shouldn't the office be at the entrance to our school? So thank you for that.
Thank you. Mr. Tom?
I appreciate the work you've done on this. It does look like you've really focused on student services here, and it makes sense to really ensure that all of guidance and career and college planning is there. Whereas, yeah, admin, it does seem more appropriate to live in the tower building. And I like the look of the tower building where you're going to use that beautiful former library as a meeting room and actually have more people enjoy that beautiful roof area. So that's really good. And you know, I have high expectations for this simply based on all the wonderful, spectacular work I've seen you do, Erwin, at both high schools. It's the stuff we've had open already. It's been just amazing to see. So thank you very much.
Exciting times. Looks great. Looks just wonderful. And I'll just start. I'm going to clip through here. Of course, I'm always jealous of student space, and it is interesting. So I with that in mind, I have a question. So we had 100, and I appreciate, Erwin, you're talking about we have seats for about 165 right now, and that you're looking at seats for about 100 more in the library itself. Does that scale up given how big our high school has gotten? And this is to everybody, and Rachel as well. Our high schools have really scaled up, and 100 more seats to me seems pretty small. Am I incorrect in that? And can you help me think about that? Or if you want to think about it, I'll go through the rest of my questions, and then you can think about it. Did you want to answer?
I can take that
Sure.
one. So, you know, as we think about this building and how it's being used or how we envision it being used, we also have the Media Arts Center now on our campus. And we're seeing students trickle into that space and using that in many of the same ways that they use the library right now. First, just some quiet reading and work areas that they can use. The atrium and the MAC, as you know, holds about 200 students if it were to be fully utilized. So we have that, which we didn't have, you know, as we first planned this. The other spaces, and I don't know if everyone can point to them, are up top. There's some instructional spaces, a maker space, a room that we're considering sort of like an idea lab, and then a computer lab off of that. These would also be spaces that we could open up throughout the course of the day if they're not in use by staff or classes. You know, that's one of the nice things about those spaces as well, is that there is some built-in areas that we could probably open up more and utilize more. But I do think with the Media Arts Center, the addition of the extra 100 seating capacity here, and as we look at the other buildings that we're currently building on our campus, I think we'll be able to meet the enrollment growth. We're projected to go up about 300 students in the next 5 years. So, I think that meets it.
Right, that's 300 more. But since even before you got there, there's been a growth that's been huge. So it's of concern of mine. It continues to be a concern, and we'll figure out how we're going to deal with it. But I still think libraries are important, and frankly, the way Rachel runs that library, it's phenomenal. Thank you for doing that. It is always busy. It is packed. There's no way we can hardly put more kids in there because it is the place to go. I see kids studying, reading. I do appreciate all the movable walls and stuff. I do appreciate Ms. Batencastle and I kind of laugh. I think sometimes we go back and forth about this because while we need to collaborate, we also need those quiet spaces. And at a school board convention a couple years ago, one of the hot topics was in the power of the power of introverts in a world that just can't stop talking. And I can't write and work when it's noisy. So presumably there are quiet spaces in here, large rooms that are designated quiet spaces where people can think.
Yeah, so the way that the library design, processes that we've been reading and we visited is that as you walk in, it's noisy. As you go back, it's quieter. So you'll notice in the very back right corner is we have our silent study room. And we've looked at the glass panels that are in the MAC right now are quite phenomenal in terms of the sound. I went with Brian Toomey actually over there today because we were thinking now, what can we do to gun? And so in terms of that, that's what we're looking at are all these sort of, sound guard kind of things and flexibility. So we're hoping to have that quiet space, quiet spaces for kids. I mean, we got rid of recycled tons of magazines to put a quiet space when I first arrived at Palo 7 years ago, and that place has been really well used, even though it's horribly dark and dingy. Right. We know that kids need that. So we're trying to look at, once again, program and how kids work and how we can make sure that everybody has a space that's right for them.
Well, and I appreciate you do that. I just remember when Lisa Gelfand was designing the play space for kids at the elementary schools, and she said, everybody's not in team sports. Some need quiet space. I mean, the same is true, obviously, in the library, and we have moved so far to it being a noisy place, it seems. A lot of libraries are that for people like me who actually need to think and can't handle the noise, I know that we're taking care of that kind of person as well. I love the notion of this. I was leaning over and I said it kind of looks like Starbucks, where kids are on elevated. It's fantastic. The light is just beautiful, and all the airiness is just beautiful. I appreciate the question put out by Ms. Baton-Caswell about the outlets and making sure we have enough plugs and all that. And I'm sure you guys are thinking about it, but I don't think we can overstate that. Boy, we need those everywhere. And the interesting that original collections notion upstairs is very neat. I'm still holding on to a bunch of documents from Bob. And they're in my house.
I spoke with him yesterday.
And they need to come back to a library where others can utilize them. So in the original source documents, the whole Common Core, obviously we need these real, tangible, everything's not online. Common Core says, go back to the original documents. Let's look at them, feel them, understand them. I appreciate your acknowledging that and putting it in the library.
Well, one of the things that's important about libraries, too, is that lots of things you can get digitally, but you can't get your archives, your history is what connects you to your community. And that has always been my vision of that space, is that is our connection with our past, and how we connect that with our students is actually a very quite a passion of mine. But I was just talking to Bob French about that yesterday. I showed him the plans, and he was so happy that the original library was going to be turned into a meeting room with the alumni room and the tower building, and that's just how we value our past, and that past is projected into the future for kids. So that's a big part of this plan as well.
So then let me move over to back to the good segue, back to the tower building. Is it the plan, I know it's everybody's ideal, but is it part of the plan to make the old counseling center, to pull that out so that we actually see the original structure? Is that kind of part of this plan, or is that farther down the line? Because it is beautiful. That room is just beautiful.
Yeah, it's not part of this budget.
Okay.
That's why we said, future program.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's not part of the budget.
I wasn't thinking that it was, but then when you started going there, I thought, really? Oh. Yeah, so you see.
It's the single best room in the entire district.
Yeah, I agree. And it's just waiting to get done. So this looks good for me. I'm just going to continue to be concerned about our significant growth and not really have enough room for students themselves. I know there's all kinds of staff to help them there, but let me ask this question again, Erwin. At one point, and I know I asked this in the last rendition, how many additional square feet, and I should have seen it right here, are we getting in this building from, are we pushing out the walls? Are we getting additional square footage?
No, we're not adding.
Okay.
We're not adding area to the footprint.
Yeah. So it's going to continue to be something I'm going to ask about. Yeah, I do see that up. But just 100, I've seen the schools grow hundreds since my time on the board, and 100 more, despite, and I appreciate that we have the media center, but I'm in agreement that I think libraries are like the center, they're the heartbeat of that campus where everybody comes to. So as you think about it, I don't know how you change things, but I do think that we've grown so much, and I think we have to acknowledge it in this space. And boy, we're trying to do a whole lot more than we ever did in that space. And I'm not sure it's big enough, but we'll do what we can, huh?
Well, I might just add that the number of the 100 we use, where we simply
Chairs,
just counted the chairs that were laid out as an art, kind of a example for furniture layout. It could have been denser. It could have been, not as dense. But that's how we laid it. We just simply counted the chairs that we added.
Oh, and I appreciate that. No, I'm not. I mean, I appreciate that's a benchmark that you can move by. Obviously, Rachel fits hundreds more kids in there than probably ideally are there, but she can do it. But if we're in the planning stages, we want to make sure that we're not pushing so many functions into that building that the true function of being a library is lost. So that's my only concern.
All right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the collaborative nature of this whole design project. I mean, it's not only fabulous that you've been collaborating with Erwin and his team and Tom and Bob and everybody, but also with the board. I feel like it's so responsive to the comments that we made last time. And I appreciate that collaboration, coming in, checking, seeing sort of the comments that we have as representatives of the community, and then redesigning. And it's just a model for this collaborative process. So I really appreciate that and want to thank you all for that.
I should have started with that. So let me tag on and say ditto.
Just a quick question about the beautiful transparency of the building and the sun. I'm sure you've thought about the sun and how that might impact coming through all these glass walls. We're going through a process of now adding a lot of blinds in our elementary schools because of the smart boards and the sun shining on them and making them not readable. So have you guys thought about that?
Well, I think that what we're showing is a concept, and I think as it gets developed further, it'll probably be a little less glass than that, and we'll probably be a little more strategic about the location of the glass as opposed to just, showing
all glass,
everything glass. I mean, that gets the idea of the transparency across, but when it gets developed, it'll probably change a little bit.
I think we've learned some things with the Media Arts Center, and just that it's really nice to have really open spaces, but at the same time, it does have the counterbalance of not being able to black out areas and those sorts of things. So we're gonna take some notes from that also.
Okay.
Well, I'll just add that one of the things about the makerspace, flexible teaching space, is we have already talked about that, having high transom windows so that we'd have maximum board space for whiteboards and things like that. So we have started to think about that just in terms of those spaces already.
Great, thank you. And just my other comment was, it seems like it is the ACS that's in the tower building, is that Adolescent Counseling Services, and they are totally separate from guidance now. Has that always been the case, or are they near each other now? And does that provide for, did you think about that in moving the placement?
So ACS was upstairs in the tower building, and then it's been moved down to a space off the library right now. And there's some good things and bad things about it being in the center of campus versus the outside of campus. There's pros and cons. I think that's going to take more discussion and thinking about what really is best. You know, there's times where students are not really anxious to be in the center of campus, to go visit ACS. But again, it's more convenient also. So, you
we
know.
talked about that with guidance as well. Last time I remember, should guidance have doors from the outside, or so you don't have to go in through the library and.
Right, and so we have that also in the plans. Right now they're coming in through the gallery, you know. But we can have some discussion about. And there are some exterior doors also, some hallways for students to enter. Most of the time, I don't think students are having issues with coming into guidance per se. I think it's much more around if they're the mental health piece of it than that sometimes students feel some stigma attached to that. You know, hopefully as time goes on, that becomes less and less, and we continue to grow that way.
Okay, thank you. Thanks so much.
Can you give us just a little snapshot of the student participation in the development of the plan?
Well, I started planning this library in 2007 when I walked in the doors and said, why are there shelves in the middle of this room and I can't see anything? So basically, the process even started before the bond was passed, and asking kids how they wanted to work in this library. I alluded to recycling all the magazines to start a silent study room. We decommissioned my office to prototype a study room a couple years ago, and the kids really liked that. We got digital reference instead of print reference, and got IKEA chairs and did soft furnishings, and so my husband painted a blackboard wall. We didn't tell Jerry Berkson, but cool. It's really cool. So, you know, we've basically been trying to, we haven't waited. We didn't wait for the bond money. We just said, how can we make this a space that works for kids? And that's always been the philosophy. So when the bond did pass, we started from day one in talking to students and putting the plans out there and prototyping things. So, and parents too, because obviously it's a place where parents come as well. So, and the Voice interviewed me today, and they asked some really good questions, you know, and about student participation. And they said, what's your favorite thing about the design? And I said, well, the thing that the kids want most, sunshine. And, you know, we are going to have to deal with the blinds, but light makes everybody feel better. And so, and we also want to be responsible stewards. It's Earth Week, so we also want to be responsible stewards of, students have asked me about that. Is this lead design? It's like, how did you learn about that? But so I think the answer to the question is this has been a conversation since personally I hit the ground running, and it was a conversation for my predecessors too. It's not their fault that this place has been left for 43 years. They tried for many years, my predecessors, to get bond money, and it was unsuccessful. So, I hope that answers your question. And it's still an ongoing process. As Irma said, this is a conceptual design, so now we can really get into gear and fine tune. Yes.
Certainly, when it came to the student activity space, which is in its current iteration at the front of the building, as opposed to its present iteration, which is in the back of the building in a former book closet where I fight daily Sisyphean battles against rats and so forth. You see what I'm saying? The kids echoed what Rachel said in terms of space, airiness, light, and so forth. Once again, a book closet has no windows. So, and even when you think about projecting things, right? If you want to use a projector in a room without windows, then your only options are absolute blackness, which doesn't allow them to write while the thing is projected because the only ambient light is the projection, or turning on the lights and hoping that the projection is somehow powerful enough to overcome the all or nothing lighting, such as we have in this room. So the feedback has been kind of twofold, from Rachel's end, from my end. You know, when I'm thinking about my space in the future and what we want and how we want to be present to the campus and to the community at the hub, then that's certainly, I think, something to consider.
And I think, just to add on, I think another consideration we took into account was the guidance in the College and Career Center space, the issue of confidentiality for our students. And we've heard for many, many years about that being a bit of a deterrent for some students in terms of using those services or availing themselves to those services, because in the current guidance, facility, as you know, the temporary walls don't go all the way up to the ceiling. There's a lot of noise in there. So we wanted to make sure that we were creating an emotionally safe space for students and, respecting their privacy. And so moving those services down to a more centralized location on campus, the students that I'd spoken to about that idea really liked just the fact that they'd have private offices. That was a big deal. So this is kind of a win-win for the College Center in the guidance offices. Right.
Well, you're hearing lots of support, and I look forward to. I look forward to supporting this next time. I think Ms. Bain-Caswell has a question, and I know Dr. McGee has a question as well. Go ahead.
I'm just wondering, are we putting air conditioning? Do we have air conditioning in the library right now? We do. Okay. The reason I'm asking is as we add more windows, and certainly you've been in the media center on days after the air conditioning goes off, it might be a little more challenging to keep this building cool.
Anything is better than what we have now. But yes, no, we will definitely, the acoustics, the air, the light, all those really basic things that have been lacking for so long. But those are definitely number one on our list to make sure that, we've got that covered, because that's how we need to work in a clean, healthy, light space that air circulates.
Great, thank you.
Good. I always like to put students first, and I will continue to do so. In addition, I see this as a great staff resource for their own scholarship, their own study, pursuing their own passions and interests. And I hope that in the plans there's training, development, to really spend time giving the faculty and staff the opportunity to see what a tremendous resource this is for them, not just for teaching, but for them personally. Because this is an extraordinary design and resource. And frankly, I look forward to using it myself. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you all. So board, this is coming back. We could put it on consent and spare all these folks a return visit. If I haven't heard, are there any follow-up questions, or Ms. Townsend?
So would you speak about the public input to this on campus as well? It was a good question about student input, but what kind of public input or parent input, or have you had hearings on this, or?
Yeah, so we.
Because I haven't heard anything good or bad, so that's generally good.
There were, I think, three meetings held after January in 2013, and then we've had the facility steering committee. It was discussed right before the summer break, and then again on September 2nd. So we'll once the designs get more developed, we'll probably do another one later this fall. Our plan right now is to bring schematic design back to you at the end of the year, like December, to keep on track. So there'll probably be another one where we start to show some elevations in a little more detail. So we'll probably be doing that in November.
And so the follow-up to that, wasn't the last iteration a bigger footprint? Did we shrink it in order to make a budget? Because no? Okay.
It's been a
just
nightmare.
remembered. Yeah.
No,
Maybe think about guns.
This budget has stayed constant throughout.
Yeah, that's right.
There have been other adjustments, but not to the library
I
budget.
swear I remember an answer that don't worry about the counseling being there because it's actually a bigger building, but it's not a big. It's the same. Okay.
So I'm looking for nods or nixes. Is consent?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's fine.
All right. Good. And thank you all, Ken and Kathy and Rachel and Kim and Bob and Tom and Erwin. I'd like to echo on behalf of the board Rachel's appreciation for your talents again.
Right.
And
Thank you.
as always, I'm always reminded. 2008, our voters approved a bond issue that made all of this work possible, and these are incredibly beautiful facilities. So thank you for your work in developing it to the next step.
Nice.
And no need to come back next week. I guess we'll see you in December or January, it looks like.
Yeah. Thank you all.
Thank you. So we will go back to our originally scheduled programming here and come back to action item 8, which is the amendment to the superintendent's contract. And again, this is simply the addition, contract revision to add the 8 days of work that Dr. McGee performed in July. So I would welcome a motion for approval of this action item.
I move that we approve
I second.
All
the
those in
amendment
favor?
to the superintendent's employment contract.
Thank you.
And I
Sorry.
You had an
seconded
eager
that.
second there. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The action is approved unanimously. Thank you. So that brings us to information item 9, the enrollment report 2014 and 15. Dr. McGee.
Good.
Good night, Carolyn.
Thank you. I had prepared a summary for the board, but I thought actually, along the lines of Stephen Covey, let's begin with the end in mind. And so I'd like to open with just a few slides what I think are the key takeaways from this mountain of data that Kathy will walk us through in a few moments. First, 2 reminders, the we the people, the preamble, that this is a snapshot. This current enrollment report will be supplemented by the demographer's report in December. We will have updated projections. That said, there's some significant trend data here, and I'll address that in just a moment. Also, 2 reminders based on some, I think, misconceptions that I've heard out in the community already. One is that enrollment is declining. Our kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade enrollment numbers are down because these are 11-month cohorts, right? So by statute, the entrance age was moved back a month a year for 3 years. So our kindergarten is the last of this 3 11-month cohorts, so we would expect the numbers to be down. Beginning next year, we will have 12-month cohorts, which I'm sure will be reflected in the demographer's projections. The second bullet on this slide, the enrollment bubbles of this 11-month cohort, and then the current larger classes of students in 4th and 5th grade will impact school size, right, as they move through. There will be peaks and valleys. That said, a long-term scenario of continued moderate growth is highly likely. So let's go to the next slide. And I'm basing this thought on the fact that historical trends, which are in your packet, and again, Kathy will show those, indicate that enrollment will continue to grow. Based on these trends, coupled with what we know about future housing developments, the different rates of growth within regions in the district, the fact that the southern region is growing at a far faster rate than the northern region, for example, we believe that we will continue to see enrollment growth throughout our school district, with the largest area of growth, again, being the southern cluster. Future enrollment growth has these 4 implications, and probably more, but I think these are probably the 4 key takeaways. Enrollment growth puts additional financial pressure on the district because we continue to have to add staff to support the growth. So we'll have a conversation about space in a few moments, or later this evening during this agenda item. But I really need to point out that as students come in, expenses will increase because we have to supply the staff and materials for these students. The second implication regarding the elementary schools is that we are highly likely to place more students in overflow situations. The overflow situation means that the students do not get to attend their home school. Currently, we have more than 130 students in overflow. We expect that with continued growth that we will see this number increase, again, in large part because of the uneven rates of growth in the district. The third implication is for the middle schools. Our middle schools are big. Again, I was over at JLS at lunchtime today, seeing 1,100 students unleashed all at once for lunchtime is, on one hand, very energizing experience. On the other hand, it's a rather intimidating and sobering experience as they all go out at once. These are big schools, and I think we're doing the best possible job educating students in them. But let's face it, they are nearing their capacity. In fact, they're at the level already at 1,100 where we wanted to hold them. Tierman, I think the enrollment's about 720. The recorded capacity 745. The next 2 years, as the 4th and 5th grade bubble moves up, these schools are going to be at or above capacity. And though it may decline some as that 11-month cohort comes through, Again, we expect the long-term trend of moderate growth will continue to put pressure on the middle schools. In the near term, we will handle them with the relocatables, the portables, the modules, whatever you want to call them, additional classroom sharing. But we are not inclined to see this as, I'm not inclined, I won't speak for the board, to see this as a permanent solution. The fourth issue is that enrollment growth puts pressure on our policy in our community, at least two of our community values within that policy. One being flexibility. In our policy document, in your packet, it says, build a strategic surplus of empty seats in classrooms at each school level and in each neighborhood cluster to prepare for projected enrollment and plan a permanent flexible program classroom at all elementary schools. As our elementary schools and middle schools continue to fill up, we are going to have less and less flexibility. The fifth point, the fifth community value, is about neighborhoods. Provide sufficient capacity so no student residents and siblings have predictable and routine access to neighborhood schools. Place overflowed students within their cluster when possible. Again, this enrollment growth will make that more and more challenging to address that community value. So, what are the next steps? From my personal reading of the report and understanding of the trends, I think it's about time we either reconvene the study committee or create a new advisory committee to examine the need for an additional elementary school and/or a fourth middle school and/or other innovative, educationally sound ways of managing enrollment growth. I think just thinking we will get through this, we'll kick the can down the road. We've kicked it far enough, and it's time to act. Ideally, we'll launch a team this fall and seek a report with recommendations this spring. Again, this is up for conversation and consideration, but I'll tell you, in my experience in looking at this data, I do think it's time that we address this, and I know there's been some starts on this. Heidi and I talked a little about it at our meeting this morning. Some of the past history was very enlightening. So, but the immediate next steps are board members' questions and comments. So thank you for indulging me and putting the summary and what at least I felt were the key takeaways, and my key takeaways from this report first. We will hear Ms. Mack's presentation, and look forward to hearing the board members' questions, comments, reflections regarding the big picture of managing enrollment, the policy issues, and I'd be very interested in your thoughts about the prospect of reconvening or creating an advisory committee for managing enrollment growth. Mm-hmm. So with that, we'll pull up Kathy's slides, and Elaine, I have this in writing if that makes it any easier for you. So
you want to be quoted?
Make it easy, huh?
I trust Elena with my life. Well, I don't know about that. I trust her to give her that.
Can we go to the first slide? Yes. First of all, thank you, Dr. McGee, for your opening remarks. You'll find my presentation would support a lot of the points that Dr. McGee mentioned at the opening remarks. So this is the district's enrollment roller coaster. We call it roller coaster. As you can see, enrollment peaked at 15,575 students in 1967, and then dropped to 7,452 in 1989. Since then, enrollment has been growing, and you can see, from the charts.
Except for
and this year, we're at 12,532 students. So if you compare to the low of 7,452 students, there is a growth of over 5,000 students in the past 25 years. And that's on average 2.1% growth over the last 25 years. So from there, from 1989, then we continue but show you the growth at each level. The elementary enrollment growth, as you can see from the low point in 1989, now has grown from 4,231 to 5,685. And that's a growth of over 1,400 students on average, 1.2% growth. And we also, on these three slides, we also show you the trend based on the demographer's projection from December of last year. And you can see there is a modest growth over the next 5 years. Next one. At the middle school level, you can see the growth is even more. From 1989 student of 1,035, now we're at 2,952. There's a growth of over 1,900 students at the middle school level. And that is 185% growth, on average about 4.5% growth over the last 25 years. At high schools, again, there is 71% growth, on average 2.3% growth over the last 25 years. And the growth is over 1,600 students. The next 10 slides highlight some of the 14th day enrollment data. And you can find more detailed information in the tables in the enrollment reports as referenced in this slide. So for elementary schools, this year we see a decline of 131 students. And again, this year, because of the new kindergarten age law, we also see a small decrease in kindergarten enrollment. So a couple of points for on the elementary enrollment. So the decline of 131 students is primarily due to the large outgoing fifth grade. As you can see from last year, we had 1,005 fifth graders exiting. And this year's incoming kindergarten is at 883, so there is over 100 students fewer between those two numbers. That's the main reason for this decline. And also, I mentioned there's a small decline in kindergarten enrollment, and this should be the last year we see a decline in kindergarten enrollment. According to the demographer's projection, kindergarten will be back to the 12-month cycle. And so in his projection, they projected a growth of anywhere from 74 to 82 students in kindergarten next year. And also, we agree, if you look at the long-term trend, this decrease this year is a temporary decrease, and we expect enrollment, K-5 enrollment, to have modest growth over the next 5 years. Middle schools, this year we see an increase of 165 students, and we expect growth to continue for 2 more years, and then it will taper off. So another point, another fact I want to point out also, it's the same with the elementary. If you look at the numbers between the 2 years diagonally, meaning last year's 6th grade number to this year's 7th grade, if you do that across all the grade level, you see an increase at every grade level. That tells you, enrollment is growing. High schools. So high schools, this year we see a growth of 15 students, and again, over the next 5 years, we'll see substantial growth at the high schools as the growth at the middle schools will pass through the system. So if we exclude the students in the alternative programs, meaning Children's Hospital, Alta Vista, and Middle College, this is the growth at each level. Elementary, we have a decline of 120 students. Middle schools, 171 increase, and 8 students more at the high schools, for a total of 59 students. How are these numbers compared to the demographer's forecast a year ago? Here you can see elementary growth, or I should say decline this year, 120 students decrease is below the conservative projection of a decline of 99 students. Middle schools, the increase of 171 students is above the moderate projection of 132 from the demographer. And the high school increase of 8 is below the conservative projection of 23, and total increase of 59 is slightly above the conservative projection of 26. In terms of elementary class size, this year, if you look at the last line, the average class size, 22.3, that's 0.2 students lower than last year. In terms of the ethnic makeup and the gender distribution, we continue to see that the percentage of Asians is increasing slowly, while the percentage of Caucasian students is decreasing slowly. And in terms of male and female students, we see consistently that the number of male students is a little bit higher than the number of female students. Overflows. So Dr. McGee, mentioned that we have this overflow problem, and as you can see in the table here, we continue to have the overflow situation at our elementary schools. And so this year we have 132 new students that were overflowed to schools other than their neighborhood school. And I wanted to also mention, in addition to the 132 new students, we also have 50 students that were overflowed in past years that are still not able to return to their neighborhood school. So when you add the two, we actually have about 180 kids that are not attending their neighborhood school.
Kathy, we normally look at this in clusters as well. Actually, how many people overflow from the cluster?
Right.
Are we
we
gonna
have
look at
more
that?
information in tables 7, 8,
Okay.
and 8A. So the information by cluster is actually in table 8A in the enrollment report.
Oh. Right. I thought I'd seen it.
And once the presentation is over, we'll go through all the questions.
I just wanted to find it before we.
So not only do we have enrollment growth, the growth pattern is uneven in the 3 clusters. The student growth over the past 10 years has been significantly higher in the South and West cluster. As you can see, in the past 10 years, we have a growth of 31% in the South, 20% in the West, and 6% in the North. And we have also found out that of our 2 choice schools, that many students attending those choice programs actually live near the school. And in table, I believe it's 9A, it shows 25% of the enrollment at Hoover is from the Fairmeadow attendance area, and 27% of the enrollment at Ohlone is from the Palo Verde attendance area. So this is how many classrooms we have available And as you can see from the chart, we have a total of 7 classrooms available in the North Cluster, 3 in the South Cluster, and 7 in the West Cluster. And again, this information illustrates, again, the challenge. We have the most growth in the South, and yet we have the least space available. And because of the enrollment growth over the years, we have modular classrooms at almost all of our schools, and this chart just shows how many modular classrooms that we have at our elementary and middle schools. Next one. So we have provided a lot of data in the enrollment report. So I want to summarize the key facts, or what are some of the important facts or trends that we want to take away from the report. For the elementary level, this year we have a decline of 131 students, and this is a temporary decline, as we have illustrated in the chart. The projection from the demographer that next year kindergarten will return to normal growth, and we'll have modest growth in the K-5 level in the next 5 years. And we anticipate growth in kindergarten next year because this is the last year of the implementation for the new kindergarten age law. And we've also illustrated that growth is uneven in the 3 cluster, that in the South cluster we have the most growth, but we have the least space available. And we anticipate the overflow situation to continue. At the middle school level, this year we see a growth of 165. We anticipate this growth to continue for 2 more years and then will taper off. Our middle schools are currently at capacity. Jordan and JLS are at the capacity, and Terman is very near capacity. And the additional growth over the next 2 years is very likely to be handled by relocatable classrooms. At the high school level, we see a small increase of 15 students this year. However, when the middle school, the growth in middle school kids move into high school, we'll be seeing a lot of growth at the high schools in the next 5 years. Our high schools are currently not at their capacity, and so they should be able to handle the growth, in the next 5 years. So next steps, Dr. McGee already talked about the next steps, which includes an updated report from our demographer in December, and facility planning discussion in February, and that may be there could be earlier study session prior to February, depending on tonight's discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Mack. Okay, board mates, this is, there's a lot of detail, a lot of interesting details. So certainly want to provide time to clarify any questions you have. At the same time, the board level work on this really will focus on the policy level planning, longer term facilities issues. So please include in your comments and questions areas that will help you with regard to Dr. McGee's kind of large takeaways, as well as Ms. Mack's, and also the next steps suggestions. So, Rose, I don't want to move past you in case you have to leave early. Do you have any questions or comments you would like to tee us off with?
I guess I have some comments as a student of the district, and having gone to, you talk about overflow students. I went to a school that was out of my area. I will say that is hard, and the idea that 180 students are doing that is really difficult on the social aspect of school, especially at a young age. That's a difficult thing. The idea of a 13th elementary school, that sounds kind of cool. Class size, these class size numbers are seeming very scary. I remember in middle school we weren't allowed to bring our backpacks in because then there would be no room for the desks. And that kind of extreme, this dense sardine packing of students, that's not a good way to learn. And we just talked about the library at Palo and how we need a good environment and all those things. And a densely packed portable classroom is not a good environment to learn in. And so that kind of aspect of it. But I like the suggestions from Dr. McGee. These all sound like a good way to go. And poor middle schoolers.
Thank you, Rose. All right, this one I think we're starting with Ms. Baton-Caswell. Oh, again. Right?
Again, gosh, it seems so quick. Dr. McGee, first of all, I want to thank you for teeing us up.
Okay.
There's so much data here, and unless you look at this every single day, it's easy to get sucked into the data and sort of miss the 25,000-foot view. So I really appreciate that, and Ms. Mack, I really appreciate that you summarized at the end as well. The big picture here is we continue to grow. And we have a bubble that's flowing through that's going to hit the middle schools. And then it's going to slow down at the middle schools. And then it's going to hit the high schools, but high schools have been built to accommodate growth. So we don't expect that we're going to have a high school problem, but we're going to have a middle school problem for some amount of time. The problem is more about the facility than it is how many kids are in each classroom, because we have norms about how many teachers we hire based on how many kids. So unless something changes, I don't expect we'll be packing more kids into each classroom. However, passing periods at the middle school, I mean, a middle schooler with a large backpack running down the hall is likely to hit another middle schooler with a large backpack.
It's like a law of physics.
Yeah, it's a law of physics, and it could look like the domino theory if it got too bad. So I think the bigger question that we need to ask is, when we grow a site to the point that passing periods and recess and coming in the morning is packed, so it's not what's going on in the individual classroom, but it's the things around it, have we created enough support resources? Have we put enough support staff in? Have we put enough support things? And that support things are everything from libraries, how wide the halls are, do we have enough bathrooms, have we figured out enough playground space, all those things that everybody shares. And my son now is in his sophomore year, so he started middle school almost 5 years ago. It felt pretty packed at JLS then. Since that time, we've built more buildings, but it's still the same size campus. We've just put more buildings on that space. So I'm concerned, even if the roller coaster slows at the middle school level, and I've been concerned for some number of years, so it's good to see the more attention being paid to it in this report. I'm concerned that we don't have a strong plan for how we're going to manage middle school growth over the long term. And I'm actually more worried about that than I am at the elementary level. I am worried about the elementary level, but we have 2 sites, one at Garland, which is up near Jordan Middle School on North California, and another site that connects into Cubberley that we bought a couple of years ago. That the entrance is on San Antonio, but it comes into Cubberley. We have 2 places we could add elementary schools. I'm really concerned because I'm not sure we've thought through where we could add middle school space. And portables, you still have the same problem with portables. It's more classrooms and more kids running past each other with backpacks on their back at any passing period, and lunch all together, and the multi-purpose room being more crowded, and all those support services around it. So I know we're not taking action on this. This is only information. But Dr. McGee, I would say that I really would support a reforming of an advisory committee to look at both of those decisions. How do we make sure that we have adequate, that we can support our community values around elementary school, and that we have adequate space for our growing enrollment of elementary school kids, and how do we support the growing enrollment in middle school? we had some very dedicated community members. Thank you if any of you were in the audience here, who helped look at the elementary school, 13th elementary school decision. I would encourage us to invite those folks to come back onto a committee if they're interested. And then I assume that some people won't be interested and we can recruit more people. But I do think it's time that we take a serious look at this. And I do think your proposed timeline makes sense to me.
Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Tom.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the way you've described the situation, Dr. McKee. Yeah, I'll be very interested to see the demographers' projections, though I wouldn't bet on a shrinkage of the district in the long run. I mean, there's just too many factors that push us towards growth, and those haven't gone away. The one thing I did want to comment a little bit on a little bit more is just about elementary overflows, because I think that's something that's more complicated than they first appear. And I think for the next board, opening a 13th elementary school sooner rather than later may make sense. I just think it's important to not view it as a panacea to overflows. Some amount of overflow is due to the year-to-year variation in the number of students per grade level, per attendance area, and has nothing to do with school capacity. The students, we've said this often before, students simply don't come in neat bundles of 22 to 24. And so this random lumpiness of classes creates a base level of overflow. School capacity shortage accounts for the rest of the overflows. So, a 13th elementary will help with the capacity issues, but will have no effect on the lumpiness aspect. The only way to eliminate or reduce those overflows is by having more classrooms that are smaller than the 22 to 24 we target, or larger than the 22 to 24 we target. First having a dollar cost, and the second having a cost in the educational environment. And what I think really illustrates this, is Duveneck. I think Duveneck, when I looked at the data for Duveneck this year, it really illustrates the fact that space alone will not reduce overflows, because what's interesting is Duveneck has 5 classrooms available, which is significant facility capacity for more students. However, it only has 4 seats available as listed, because we're trying to not go beyond the 22 to 24. Not only that, it has only 4 seats available. They even overflowed 16 students. Fortunately, 11 were within the cluster, to answer Ms. Townsend's concern. So it seems that those overflows, those 16 students were overflowed due to the lumpiness of the classroom size and where seats were needed versus available. So in this case, more classrooms at Duveneck would have no effect, because you already have 5 available. So anyway, I think it's important to not feel like, it may make sense, but it's not going to drive it to 0. It's been very hard for our schools to be, school sizes to be at an uncomfortable level. And I think they've been at that level for a while. And in a way, this inverse bubble of smaller grades only prolongs that discomfort, or can prolong it. And so, given that expected growth that we will likely see, the question of the 4th middle school or the 13th elementary is more a question of when and not if. So I think the next board will have to decide when to invest in creating new schools with the commensurate bump in startup costs and ongoing costs, because there's definitely an incremental cost. And in the last 7 years, as we'll see in the next report, in the budget report, our dollars per student have been lagging CPI for a while, and we've been under more financial concerns. But investments necessary to make new schools, to be sure. but yeah, I do think it's worth looking at because we don't have much breathing room.
Do you have a comment specifically on the next steps?
Well, I think it's, well, the question is when, I think, and so I think that's what the board has to decide. If, to me, yeah, I would look at the demographer's report to see, well, what's important to know perhaps is, okay, what lead time is necessary to create, to have a 13th elementary that's ready for students to move into, and the same for a 4th middle school. And then tie that to the best thinking about the next demographer's report as to when we need it. But you know, what it is I think, you know, we've been in this sort of very uncomfortable level for a long time, and it's, you know, it's sort of, you know, we're the frog that's boiling in the water.
Yeah.
You know, it's not so hot that we're jumping out yet, and we haven't jumped out yet.
Right.
But it's pretty uncomfortable.
Right.
And so, you know, I think it's up to the next board to decide whether it's time to jump out.
Thank you, Mr. Tom. Ms. Townsend?
Jump out. Jump out. You're jumping out. Already.
In my own way.
In your own way. Well, you know what? These numbers don't surprise me. They're pretty calm. I've seen more numbers that make me more nervous. These, you know, looking at the numbers through the years, there's nothing surprising here. Yeah, we've been in this uncomfortable place. You know, staff has been just phenomenal the last few years. You know, growing class size where necessary. Mr. Tom's absolutely right, and Dr. McGee, it goes back to your page 3 finances. We've always looked at enrollment growth against additional financial pressure on the district in terms of students or teachers provided. You know, if you add one more, you know, 23rd child, is it going to make that much difference as compared to, you know, we have to pay our teachers? You know, that's the ballgame here, isn't it? It's always this balance between it. And this year doesn't look any, in fact, it looks calmer to me this year than in some years. So I feel, of course, we do need to look at this, that 13th elementary school. Clearly the middle school, it looks to me like that pressure at the middle school is really, you know, people are talking about 13th elementary. Well, I hate to say, but that middle school, we were hoping that the magic panacea would be that Terman would open up into that other spot right next door.
Yeah,
that
right.
would have taken care of, and that hasn't happened yet. You know, we were hoping last year. So, you know, you get additional information every year, and you see where you're at. Rose, I smile. My own daughter was so overflowed, but she's 30 now, and she's really okay. So and she had a great experience, but that's all right. Everybody has different experiences, and for me, it really has been about the cluster. And so we'll look at those as well, see where the clusters are. The number of overflows, there was a point in our district when I first came on the board, we really had overflows. This is really, really pretty calm compared to where we were. Does that mean we can do better? Sure. But again, it for me will always be trade-off between the finances and what we can offer in terms of student support. Although I do like Ms. Baton-Caswell's comments about the backpacks hitting each other in the hallways, and particularly as our kids get bigger, the middle schools, it is of more concern. So I do think it's for the next board to take a look at this. I do want to see what the demographer's report looks like.
You're not going anywhere.
Wait, you're on the next board.
Oh, I am.
You're on.
Yeah, well, but the thing is, the demographer's report isn't coming till December, right? So, I mean, I'm just acknowledging that there's going to be, you know, 2 new people, and we're going to have to take this. I think this is initial, and I appreciate Mr. Tom's not being sensitive, saying, well, you know, there's a whole bunch coming on, and we need to acknowledge that. I think we do, particularly with the demographer's report coming up, and I just want to, and I mean, God, I think I could have just read your report, but the notion, and Dr. McGee and Ms. Baton-Caswell often are saying, you know, what are we spending per student? You know, our numbers haven't gone up over
Yeah,
the
they're
years,
actually below
and
inflation.
they're below inflation.
Yeah.
And how have we handled that? We've gotten our schools bigger, our classrooms have become bigger. So in the big picture, oh yes, I'd love all brand new schools for everybody. It's a reality that we have to really weigh this, and that's why we've been carefully weighing this over many years. And yes, pulling together committees is good. However, it's also very upsetting to the community. There's nothing more upsetting than talking about boundary changes, which could be envisioned or not envisioned in a school. So I think we have to carefully craft this. And I've been through several, and I hate to say this, but so many, and some have been incredibly painful, and some less so. And I think how we manage a committee looking at it and who heads up that committee makes the big difference, because we can say, oh, we're going to do all these things, we're going to change the boundaries, and we're going to do, and you know what, that's just upsetting. So yes, I think that we will need to look at this, but I think how we do it is most careful, and I do want to see what the demographer's report will be. Thank you.
Can I
Thank you. Please.
Yeah, I mean, what Ms. Townsend said really it struck a chord that I neglected to mention, which is I agree. I think when I was describing it, let me emphasize that, that I think it's important for the next board to look at the demographers' projections and figure out their temperature on is it time to move on either or both of those, and make that decision first before you embark on creating those committees, because I think we've in a way we've done that twice and then sort of pulled back, and I think that's really that's not the best way to approach it. I think it's important to make sort of a high level call. Where do you see enrollment? Is it important that we open one, and understand the parameters of what is it going to take to do so? How long will it take? Maybe understand the cost, and then make that high level go no go decision first, and then get the committees to help sort out the details of how it could work.
Thank you. Ms. Townsend, did you have anything else?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, Ms. Emberling.
So we like to make decisions as close as possible to the need. I think that time is here. We like to do it with the best information we have, and we have good information here. It was interesting. I was looking through the sort of guidelines in the board policy for master planning. School size, there's no sort of size that's listed here. I know there's several research articles out there that talk about 350 to 450 in terms of school size. I mean, we have 7 schools larger than 450 students, 7 of our 12. We have 13 classes throughout our district that are over our ideal class sizes right now. And our middle schools, as mentioned before, are at capacity. I think we're bursting at the seams in many different ways, depending on sort of what our ideal class size is and how we want to move forward. Since it does take about 5 years to open a new school, I think since the kindergarten age law has now been fully implemented, we are going to start to see a change in just having 12 months instead of 11 in terms of a cohort. It's really time to make that decision so that we can catch up with the enrollment that we think is coming down the pike. It gives us an opportunity to think about Cubberley and the 525 San Antonio site, whether or not we want a 13th elementary, a 4th middle school, or a K-8 school, depending on how we're going to look for it. We need to think about innovation with regards to that. I agree with the point in thinking about we don't get additional state funding for enrollment growth. I noticed in your report, Ms. Mack, that we rely on parcel tax funds in order to keep our class size down in 4th and 5th grade. Is that right? Yeah, so without that, those class sizes would be much bigger. So again, we're very lucky to have a community that supports us in this way with this parcel tax that keeps our class sizes small. We get any state funding for keeping K-3 class sizes small, class size reduction funds?
Yes, there is funding. It's all mixed in the new funding formula.
Okay, all right. We haven't heard anything, and I don't know what research you've been able to do yet since you started on the conversations with Bowman about expanding the middle school. So that's that was the former plan in terms of thinking
No
about
news yet. Yeah.
growth. I wasn't sure what Plan B was, so it'll be good to have a Plan B there. I think we need to do a little bit of thinking about the bubble classes and where those classrooms go. I know it's sort of dependent on which grade level and what school, but what I have heard from teachers is that it's sort of a frightening and disruptive experience to go through each year in considering which teacher is either going to be moved grade level or out of the school entirely. If professional learning communities are built, there's no way of predicting who's going to stay in that professional learning community, who's not. And a lot of the teachers don't know what the criteria are for decision making. So as you think about it with your team, it would be nice to just see what are the criteria for where those go so that everyone can follow along. Also in the board policy, I mentioned this last time we had the conversation, it references having a master plan for facilities growth. I don't know if we have one of those. I don't think so. So that would be an interesting way of moving forward with a vision of sort of if this, then that. I think it'll help guide our conversations and our thinking. I agree with Ms. Baton-Caswell about inviting the people who contributed to the elementary study group to participate again. There was a lot of thinking and conversation that went on. We don't have to start from ground zero. They can be given new parameters, but with the knowledge that they have already, it would be a good investment, I think, in reconvening that. Let's see. Oh, I liked Table 9, Ms. Mack. Table 9 lists enrollment by school of enrollment and attendance area of residence. That diagonal line that shows everybody going to their home school makes our schools really nice sizes. If everybody makes our schools really nice sizes, if everybody goes sort of to their home school. And then we think about that in terms of where we're putting our choice programs on top of those numbers. But I thought, oh, that's an interesting way of envisioning sort of how you can make the schools a little smaller in size and more neighborhood feeling right away. So I appreciated all of the data. I pored over it for a couple hours to try to really get a sense of the larger picture. And there's so much information in here. I really appreciate that. I think those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I agree this will be up to the new board to kind of strategize on through the course of the year. I don't, thank you. I don't think the demographic report is going to, shed new light on things. And I agree with Ms. Emberling that, it's time to act, get some action items on the board agenda as opposed to information items. I mean, it's very interesting. It's as Ms. Townsend said, the trade-offs are always important, and the values the board have always been reflected in that. But I'm reminded that in 2007, the advisory committee recommended to the board that we had passed the trigger point at that point. In other words, so what does that mean? That means I think parents care about the predictability of being able to attend their neighborhood school. They care about having capacity at the choice programs so that they can get off the waiting list, or those who sign up for choice programs have a chance of getting in. And I don't see how any of those opportunities and benefits are possible without the addition of another school. So I have a little different point of view on how beneficial a 13th school would be. Because I think immediately we could consider locating, as Ms. Emberling alluded to, choice programs which aren't dependent on a location district-wide to less impacted neighborhoods. Right now, 80% of our choice programs are in the South Cluster, which is where we have the highest student population density and the most crowding, and that's creating overflow of residents out of the South Cluster. That's a controllable. I mean, how many times do we have problems that are actually controllable, where we can't grow strands of the 3 most popular choice programs because we can't add another strand at Ohlone and Escondido. They're already the largest schools we have. And to add a strand, you need 6 classrooms. So those will not grow until we have an additional school, unless the board decides to grow the schools, you know, to the 600, 700 range. So our elementary schools have grown by about 900 students in the last 10 years, which is about 2 to 3 elementary schools from my perspective. I'm heavily influenced by the sense that I think parents value that, they'll support that. We have bond funds to build the school. We have a site available, 2 sites technically, and there's a lot of support. We've raised class sizes as a mitigating effect in recent years, but we're kind of to the end of that road, as Rose pointed out, unless we do exceed our values on that front as well. So 5 of our elementary schools are over 500 students. And, I think it starts to test our values around student sense of belonging, around the capacity of a principal to lead, provide educational leadership to a staff at large. Even just more simple matters like the relationships between parents and students and staff. How well can you get to know and build trust amongst larger groups, email, traffic, all of those kinds of things. So, and as always, you've heard me say it over and over again, I think the value of new families who move to the district being able to benefit from their neighborhood and all of the relationships and support system that creates. And I think if all of our parents were subject to overflow the way new families were, this room would be packed. So anyway, I think Dr. Young, you provided some helpful information to a question that I had sent earlier. But I think from the ed services standpoint, what will help the future board is an understanding from our educators on what point our elementary and middle schools are too large to optimize teaching and learning. So it does have to do with engagement, relationships, sense of belonging. I think on that roller coaster, I was a student here at the top of that roller coaster. My kids were students near the bottom, or at least when they were young, at the beginning. And there's a difference, and I think we have the benefit of having educators in our system who've seen both, who have led both, and can tell from an educational perspective what are the trade-offs. And I think that's a missing piece in our discussions, as important as they are around numbers and seats and capacity. So, Dr. Young, are you prepared to answer that? Am I putting you on the spot a little bit about what is too big?
Some of the research I sent you talks about the points that you mentioned: sense of belonging, engagement, relationships, that classroom experience. It's difficult to put an exact number on what's too big. There are some I think we have the preference in keeping the numbers reasonable and on the smaller size. But in the information that I sent you, there are some benefits at the middle and high school in not getting too small, because then it affects the types of electives and course offerings that you can provide students. Some of the benefits, and I'm not arguing for larger schools at the middle and high, but some of the benefits for larger numbers, you can provide greater services for kids. So I think it's a balance and a trade-off on how you best meet the kids' needs in the classroom, and around those categories that you mentioned. And I think that we would have the preference toward keeping the numbers smaller. But can I give you an exact number? That's difficult to provide.
Mm-hmm. And I think that will remain, as Ms. Townsend said, as I've said, there are trade-offs there, because there isn't, of course, an exact number. But as the sort of the frog in the petri dish that Mr. Tom pointed out, this, in a sense, this slow, gradual growth never hurts enough to force us. Although, as I said, I think if we were all subject to overflow, the way new families are, it wouldn't be tolerated. Just because, not because of anything other than the fact that every resident in this community understands the value of their neighborhood to raising their kids. I mean, lifelong friendships, carpools walking to school, same Cub Scouts, same soccer teams. There's just a huge strength to that social connection in our neighborhoods, and it's in this. It's embedded in the city's comprehensive plans as well as our district history. Ms. Emmerling mentioned something I wanted to remind me of something else, to kind of the current strand structure. I've never seen it in the history of the district, where we have now we have several schools that have 2 to 3 classrooms at one grade level and 4 to 5 at another grade level. So every single year there are staffing changes, not necessarily because a teacher is excited about shifting, which is an exciting thing, but because of necessity every single year. That is a very new phenomenon for this district. It does cost a little more to not have that. It means you make a decision to add a strand at one site, and that's where you place your students as you're growing. So bottom line, I think it's all about values in a sense that connecting with the parent values here will serve us well. It will be supported. Again, it's easier at the elementary level because we have a site, we have the funds. We've had 2 advisory committees that have recommended it's time to open a 13th school, one 2007 and one almost 2 years ago. So I would just urge the board to, I think you will be well served to honor that. I think people are willing to pay for those things. They connect with slightly smaller schools. Middle schools are the same thing. We've grown by 600 students at the middle school level in the last 10 years, and that's kind of equal to a Terman. It's one additional school. In fact, that's why we opened Terman, because Jordan and JLS were getting too large, and we can't really grow Terman more because of the facility limitations. So I don't want to run on too long here, but I think we want to look at, again, in whatever form. I too appreciated your takeaways. It was very helpful. I think that's the kind of level the board should be having discussions on. In terms of our strategic plan, the goals I see as being impacted directly by these decisions are A1, differentiation, A2, college readiness, A3, achievement gap, B1, student wellness, B2, school climate, D1, optimizing use of district resources for impact on student learning, D2, plan facilities to support effective teaching and learning, and E2, equity. I think we have issues around equity when the the staff to the principal to teaching ratio is 50% larger at some schools, where the student enrollment is 50% larger at some schools. It just starts to touch on those kinds of issues, and it's a problem we can solve. Middle school is harder, and it's going to take harder work because we don't have a site. But I think the bond was passed in 2008. It was anticipated to be a 10-year lifespan. That's not very far away. When the planning needs to start for that. and these are the kind of things I think that will resonate with our community. So I support the next steps. I support your points as well, and I think it'll be up to the new board in terms of the timing. Personally, I would move forward with that work that would help the board approve a facilities master plan for handling enrollment growth. Our surrounding districts have them. And then the item once a year would be revisiting that plan, seeing if it needs to be tweaked. Rather than, we seem sort of Groundhog Day-ish. We're stuck on the information items. And we've got, information is going to be different in December, you know. It's just not. So anyway, I support the notion of an advisory group, particularly if we really give them some elbow room to provide recommendations and a true sense that their work will be meaningful, that action will be taken. So
Can I add? Oh.
Yeah, Heidi first and then Melissa.
I just wanted to make sure, and I'm sure you're already considering this, but in your thinking about what if Buena Vista closes down?
Yeah.
Because we have about 100 students. I think it's more than 30% of Barron Park's population, which is our smallest school, that would leave our community. And I know we worked, Ms. Townsend and I, with the Friends of Buena Vista for a letter of support that we presented to City Council in terms of trying to keep those families in our community. They're a very important part of our school district. I want to make sure we're considering all the outcomes of what might happen with that and how that would affect our schools.
Yeah, I have met with them already, and actually, I asked them to plan a second cup of coffee event over there. So that's a great point, because that would have an impact. And then we have our meeting with Stanford. I think it's October 13th to look at. They have shared some preliminary ideas about what their plans are, and we think we'll probably get some more specific information from them pretty quickly too.
Thank you. This is related, I guess, to going and talking to Stanford about their plans, because we know that they have a lot of housing coming in. I actually got an update from the city today, which I shared with Ms. Mack, or actually they shared it with Ms. Mack, that shows the additional housing that's been approved that's on the docket. And it's a much bigger list than what we had in last year's demographic report. And so just at a big picture, the city's getting pressure to add more housing. They're not going to, ABAG, they have ABAG numbers they have to adhere to. I mean, we can fight them all we want, but those are coming down from the state. There's pressure to add housing along the transportation corridors, which are around University, around California Avenue, and around El Camino. And with all that, I'm not sure a demographic report is going to change what we're seeing. I think actually it might show us that it's a little faster, at least the projections. People are still going to be moving to Palo Alto to live and to work and to raise their children, and that's not going away. So we can keep pushing this down the road, but it's getting to the point where it is uncomfortable if you are in the schools that are tight. And it is uncomfortable if you're teaching in the schools that are tight. And it is uncomfortable if you're managing the schools that are tight. So I think we should not be waiting to get a demographic report to start talking about this. Or to have, we can make incremental decisions with new people on the board, but to wait till that happens and to push this down another year, I don't think that's in anyone's best interest.
So, information item, no decisions tonight. And do you have any other comments, Dr. McGee, or are there?
No, I appreciate the board's direction. And from what I'm hearing, we should begin putting together really committee charges, application process, contact members of the former committee. We can do that between now and our next board meeting. We're working on our, as I'm going to say in a few moments, our minority Achievement and Talent Development Task Force doing the same thing right now. So ideally we could, bring this back and get your take on it. I do think, while I appreciate and honoring the next board, I think they would appreciate hearing from us, frankly. The two new members come on would appreciate our thinking and preparation work rather than waiting a few months. So, you know, I think we should go ahead and start thinking about what we can do to prepare this long-term facilities master plan.
I have some thoughts.
Oh, sure. Go ahead, Ms. Townsend.
It is interesting to me, while on the presentation, we talk about values and it talks about neighborhoods. We have a great list of values, and this is one.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not, and I think we need to just bring everybody up to speed where we were last time. So I'm a little cautious about creating a new committee when I think we still have a little more homework to do. And maybe demographer report may or may not be helpful, but we get them for a reason because they are experts and we're not. I didn't remember, here I was thinking Buena Vista, yeah, that's a big concern, and given what the newspapers have said and about the court decisions around this, not administrative decisions, I suspect that the demographer will take some of this information in. So I do think, we're growing. We're going to have to get a school. On the other hand, I have seen the committee work be, early on be very hard when we don't have the values laid out, where we're at, and I don't want to jump into this without being very thoughtful about what the other committee was, who was on the other committee, what were the values guiding them, and before we pull together a committee, I think we do need to revisit those. And frankly, Dr. McGee is new as well, and I think there's a learning curve here that I think behooves us to do a little learning before we jump in.
Good advice.
Okay, thank you for your thoughtful
May I
comments.
add a comment?
Ms. Mack, thank you. Did you have something else you wanted?
Add a comment.
Oh, good.
I
Okay.
forgot to acknowledge Miss Margie Mitchell.
Yes, and we saw you. Wow.
She
that
and
is
her
a great
staff
report.
are the ones doing all the tables and charts in the report. Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you, Margie Mitchell, and thank you, Ms. Mack, very much. So that will take us to the action item tonight on the 2013-14 ending balance and budget update, as well as the accompanying resolutions. Dr. McGee.
Great, thank you. I think we can probably move through this item pretty expeditiously. We are looking for some action here, but I did want to reiterate before turning this over to Ms. Mack some takeaways from the last meeting. One being that as a basic aid district, we are essentially level funded in perpetuity from the state. And we just saw this report how expenses will be increasing, and our funding from the state will not be increasing proportionately, and that will be frozen. Second, the pension reforms require significant monetary contributions from the district, amounting to approximately $10.5 million in the next 5 years. That's real money, and it's cause for concern. Our per pupil spending has remained below the COLA. You brought that up in the last item since 2008. We would like to be able to continue that. I'm not sure we can, but it's a fact. But I think there will probably be pressures to bring that closer to the COLA, actually, in both the near and long term. We do continue to be fiscally responsible. We cited some of our partner districts, some others, outstanding districts, New Trier, Deerfield, Stevenson, Illinois, Scarsdale, New York, is having per pupil expenses well beyond what ours are. So I'm proud of what we do. That being said, we are not just rolling in dough. We are getting, I think, maximizing our bang for the buck, and we'll continue to do so, but we will need to make sure that we have enough revenue to get the job done. So with that, I'm going to turn that over to Ms. Mack.
Thank you, Dr. McKee. So I presented this report at the last meeting, and tonight I'll reiterate some of the important information from the report. So here's our budget development and financial reporting calendar. You've seen that. So tonight we'll provide an update on property tax information and also talk a little bit about our revenue trend, and also talked about some of the things on the horizon, including pension costs and some uncertainties in our budgets. So on property taxes, quickly, last year we closed out at 7.27% growth. This year, the growth is estimated at 6.36% compared to the 3% we have in the July budget or the June budget. There's increase of about 4.4 million. So pension costs, we talked about the recently adopted pension funding plan for the teachers will have very significant impact to our budget. So starting with this year, so first of all, the plan is a 7-year implementation plan. The cost increase will start with this year. This year, the increase is very modest, 0.63%, which amounts to about 600,000. But starting with next year and starting with next year until year 2020 and 21, there will be an increase of 1.85% every year until the rate reaches 19.1%. So currently the rate is at 8.25%. So you can see it's more than double in 7 years. So the 1.85% each year would amount to about 1.7 million in costs.
Additional for
Additional, right? Every year the increase is about 1.7 million for CalSTRS, the retirement system for teachers. So at the same time, CalPERS also provided estimates for the next 7 years. So the increase, while it's a little bit modest than the CalSTRS, it's still a very significant increase. So the increase is from the current year's 11.7% to 20.4% by year 2020. And on average, the cost increase is about 400,000 each year. So when you add the cost increase for CalSTRS to PERS, it's roughly about 2.1 million increase each year over the next 5 years. So the 2.1 million is, when you compare that to our general fund budget, it's 1.1% of our general fund budget. When you compare that to our property tax revenue, it's 1.5% of our property tax revenue, meaning every year the first 1.5% property tax growth will have to fund pension cost increase. So because of this substantial increase, it now will take anywhere from 3 to 4% increase in property tax revenue to cover the year-to-year growth in our budget. It used to take about 2 to 3% to roll over a workload budget. Now with this cost increase, it will take close to 4% to roll over our budget from year to year. So we mentioned property tax growth this year is estimated at 6.36%. So compared to what we budgeted in June, there's additional 4.4 million in property tax revenue. So while we're thinking, how to allocate this additional revenue, we have to first eliminate the deficit we have in the June budget. So that's 1.1. So that would leave about 3.7 or 3.3 million for us to work with. And with that money, also this is the typical time that we have discussions with our employee groups over employee compensations. We also have conversations with our leadership team regarding our program needs. So while we're right now in the midst of doing these discussions, we need to really be very careful in allocating this additional money because of the significant increases in pension costs in the future years, as well as the uncertainty with the Copley lease renewal. So the next series of charts will show sort of the revenue trends for the district since the last economic recession in 2008. So can we go back one slide? This slide shows the total revenue. Ms. Ngao, if we can go back this chart. So we go back to 2008. That's when the recession hit. Our total revenue is at about 160 million, and now we're at about 185 million. And you can see from 2008 to 2011, we have 4 years where revenue is relatively flat until property tax growth start returning to normal growth level. So this chart shows the property tax growth trend over the last 13 years. So a couple of things on this chart. First of all, it shows how property tax growth is cyclical. You see a series of up years followed by a series of down years. And right now, we are in the third year of an upcycle. Current year property tax growth estimated at 6.36%, and we have 2 years prior to that, at 6 and 7% growth. We also, like to show this chart to see the change in the revenue sources, the trend of different revenue sources. So this chart, the orange line is the state revenue, and you can see the level of state revenue in 2008 compared to what we're getting now. There's a big decrease in state revenue. And right now, state revenue accounts for about 8% of our total revenue. It used to be a lot higher at like 12%. Same thing if you look at the green line, sort of towards the bottom of the chart. That's the federal revenue sources. You can also see a relatively flat and slowly declining trend in the federal revenue. So what is pleasant is the local sources have picked up since 2008. The blue line is the parcel tax. That parcel tax now, our current parcel tax has increased over the previous two measures. And the purple line is the lease revenue, and that line is also steadily increasing. The red line is the revenue from PI, which you can see has more than doubled compared to the level in 2008. Now we're receiving 5.1 million from PI. This is the chart that shows the numbers behind the line chart. I want to point out a few numbers on this chart. So first of all, revenue growth has increased by about 16%. At the same time, from 2008 to now, enrollment has grown by 11%, and our per student revenue has only grown by 5%. And when you compare that to consumer price index of about 12–13%, our revenue growth is not keeping up with inflation. So here's another way to look at. So far we've shown the revenue trends. So this chart shows our per student expenditures. So this is total general fund expenditures in the past 6 years. So again, we use 2008 as the base. The purple line shows the actual per student expenditures over the years, and you can see, you know, a slight decline from 2008 all the way to 2011, and then start to pick up in 2012 when the economy started to recover. And we see a pretty good jump in last year in 2013. And part of the reason is we have some one-time revenues from the state. We have Prop 30, which brings in about 2.4 million a year each year for about 7 years. And we also have funding for Common Core and energy. So if you exclude those one-time expenditures, the per student growth would be, you know, a little bit flatter. So again, if you compare to what the growth would have been with CPI adjustment, you can see our expenditure growth is below inflation. So in our report, we also provided a multi-year projection, 5-year projection. Here are the assumptions that we use in the projection. We're very conservative. We use 2% growth for property tax growth, and we have included the pension cost increases. And in our projection, we have budget deficits projected in the out years. So to summarize the information in the report and also the information in this presentation, we have seen that the district's revenue funding trend has changed since 2008, with state and federal revenues decreasing and now staying flat with the new funding model. On the local front, our parcel tax, PI, and other local donations have increased and have been important and reliable sources for the district. In terms of property tax growth, yes, you know, we've seen some normal growth in our property tax growth, and the economic outlook is still continues to improve. But we have to remember that, again, property tax trends are cyclical. Right now, we're in the 3rd year of an upcycle, and we don't know when the next economic downturn will hit. Also, we've seen the per student funding, or per student spending, rather, is increasing slightly. However, it's not keeping up with inflation. And also, when we compare our per student spending to many high-performing districts in the nation, we're way below their spending level. Our enrollment continues to grow, as you know, we discussed in the previous agenda. Pension cost increase for STRS and PERS will consume 1.5% of a property tax growth every year over the next 5 years. With the coupley lease, depending on the outcome of the renewal, any changes may have negative impact to our budget. So this is the takeaway that you know, I want to give you tonight, is based on the you know, information that I've talked about, that because of the cost increases over the next 5-6 years and the uncertainty with the coupley lease renewal, we need to exercise caution in making ongoing expenditure commitments. The second point is our local revenue sources, including our lease revenue for our surplus sites, parcel tax, PI, and other local donations, have been important revenue sources for our operating budget and many valuable programs at our school sites. We need to ensure that these revenue sources are continued. So with that, I'd like to answer any questions. And I also would like to acknowledge Connie Ngo, who has helped put together this report.
Thank you, Ms. Mack, very much. So this is an action item tonight in which the board is being asked to approve the revisions to the 2014-15 budget as presented, approve the filing of the 2013-14 unaudited actual financial report to the county superintendent of schools, adopt the resolution to establish the appropriation limit for the year and reestablish the appropriation limit for last year as presented, and finally to approve the education protection account spending plan for 2013-14. So we are going to start with questions or clarifications from Mr. Tom.
All right. Thank you for the update, Ms. Mack. It's clear that the pension costs are going to apply some pressure to us and the rest of the districts across the state. And you've budgeted for that as appropriate, and it's tight. It coming right after the last agenda item. We just have to bear in mind there's a lot of things that are vying for the dollars we have, and so it's up till now with school size and all that. We've been doing the best we can with almost like the Rubik's Cube of it, to trying to fully optimize it every year to try to get the most out of what we got, and it's hard. We'll have to figure out how to find more money to pursue growth potentials whenever we can, I guess. And I just wanted to point out one thing about reserves. So we show a total reserve, including our general fund reserve of sort of unspent money there of 13.9%. And in our last city school liaison committee, the city of Palo Alto budget manager, he called, I like the term that he uses, or they maintain a budget stabilization reserve of 15 to 20%. And that corresponds to a recommendation from the Government Finance Officers Association. I believe that's sort of an equivalent to CASBO for city governments. And that's basically 2 months of their budget, which is about 16%. And so 2 months of our budget, well, that's more than what we have right now. And so that's why, you thankfully passed the resolution last time, but that's why that whole, cap on the reserves is so ludicrous. But anyway, I just thought I'd give you that context from our city.
Yeah, that's great.
Very nice.
Thank you, Mr.
Very
Tom.
nice.
Ms. Townsend.
Ms. Mack, would you do me a favor and put the revenue trends sources back up on the board? I just find those fascinating. Yeah. When I look at leases, surplus sites, so give the final number that we're looking at is 9 million that were in dollars, 2014-15. Oh, sorry, I didn't know if you could. Yeah. So right there.
Almost 10.
It's
almost 10 million.
Okay. Oh, yeah, it is. Sorry. So it's almost $10 million. So I just do want to point out that when you talk about local, important, and reliable, that includes the Coverly lease, that includes the Stratford lease, that does that 525 San Antonio?
Yes.
Okay. And so I just like to point that out and
Foothill.
Oh.
Pinewood. Fremont Hills.
Oh, and Fremont Hills. Okay, very good. This is important for us to know and the community to know. But obviously, as we grow and we pull any of those sites off, we're losing operating funds. We may have to do that, but on the other hand, I just think it's really important to note that these operating funds have, again, not even brought us up to CPI. We're below CPI. So everything we look at has an impact on everything else, and that one really jumped out at me. Boy, this is a fine report. Thank you so much. The graphs are particularly great. I just love in the color, terrific. So we'll vote on these, but boy, you think you're doing well, right? Don't you feel like, it's this, we're living in Palo Alto. The economy is going well. But then when you look at the budget that we need to pass and the teacher to educate all of our students with every need and every goal that they have, we're not at CPI. And thank you for bringing in that report about Ed West.
Yeah,
you know, we're
Ed
still still doing good work. I mean, it takes all of you, all of us, and you know, this report is great. I mean, it helps put into a nutshell the kind of work that goes on day to day to educate our kids on a budget. When everybody else looks at Palo Alto, they think so rich, and we're not spending what other states across the nation are. So I always know Ms. Baton-Caswell is always so good about putting it in context, and sometimes we forget, and we cannot forget to do that. And this budget report puts it into sharp vision. Thank you.
And just to add on to that, thank you. The slide right before this one, we talked about this at city schools as well in terms of the last uptick in our property tax revenue was higher, were higher numbers than the uptick we're seeing lately. So even though property values and sort of housing costs have skyrocketed, the property tax rates are not as high as they were. So the money that we get is so reliant on our property tax money, and that is not as high as the last cycle. So we're looking into reasons why, but that was just something that was pointed out in our last meeting that I thought was, yeah, insightful. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Well, I will vote in favor of supporting your report and the resolutions. But just to Ms. Townsend's point of putting into context, we're spending less than $14,000 a child. We're competing against districts that are spending $20,000 to $30,000 per child across the country. So within California, there aren't districts that we're worried about that are spending $20,000 to $30,000 a child, but there are outside. New Trier, around $20,000 per child. Scarsdale, New York, about $30,000 per child. We have a fantastic volunteer corps in this community, fantastic. And my belief after being here for the number of years I've been here is the reason we're able to compete against districts that are spending twice or maybe almost 2.5 times more than we're spending is because of that volunteer corps. But we can't pretend that's not happening. And at the same time that we're spending this amount, enrollment is growing. We have state funding that is flat. We have the cost of living index rising. And we have pension costs rising dramatically. And a very big part of our operating, or our general fund operating revenue comes from lease revenue. And a big portion of our lease revenue is at question right now. And that's the Coverly site and what's going to happen with that. So all of those things are pushing our $14,000 per kid down. And, you know, I'm looking on the audience here. I'm sure you all expect us to continue to compete successfully against Scarsdale, New York, and New Trier in Illinois. And so we just need to realize that these pressures are going on. I'm still, of course, going to support this report because I can't change that for this year. But I hope that our community is thinking about ways that we can help our per student revenue stay strong and hopefully increase a little faster than it is right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said. Rose, do you have anything you'd like to ask about or comment on the budget?
I do think we'll reiterate the point that it is amazing that we can compete with those districts. I think sometimes half as much. I do have family in Scarsdale. You should point that out next time I go.
Hey, girl.
It is a
You're
job
something
we're
else.
doing here.
That's good.
Nice to see a well put together report about how we're doing it.
Thank you. Thank you, Rose. Dr. McGee, do you have any?
No final ones. I just would like us to vote and Move on.
So,
We will.
I would entertain a motion to take action
I'll
on.
move that we approve the staff recommendations as listed in the report.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The action is approved unanimously. Thank you all. That moves us to board meeting reporting schedule, which is an information item. Dr. McGee.
Great. For those of watching at home, you can set your DVRs now with the schedule for months in advance to see what topics especially interest you. So, in all seriousness, following the approval of the board goals and consensus support for the measures and deliverables at the last meeting, we folded these into the board schedule of presentations that we give traditionally in our work plan and our strategic plan. So we believe that this is a comprehensive schedule with the exception of the report of an enrollment advisory committee. We'll have to fold that in here, but we I think did a nice job of spreading this out. We will continue to have, we will have quarterly updates on the goals, measures, and deliverables. I have one listed for tonight, but that is really just to share this schedule and nothing more than that. So our first one will be December 9th. And at this point, I'll just, we are all ears and eager to hear if board members would like specific topics shifted earlier or later. We'll notice that the website changes we did push out until the beginning of the next academic year. Derek and I actually met today with our PTA executive board liaisons. Derek started yesterday, and that was one of our first conversations, and we met today and talked about what needs to be done at the school websites. And I know he's talked with Eduardo and Isidro, as have I, about the district website. So we did push that out until August, but pretty much everything else I think we can accomplish within our time frame.
Nice. So this is information item, just sunshining it. And any questions or comments starting with Ms. Townsend?
No, I don't.
I just have one question on the website. The presentation next year, is that the first so that we can give input and stuff, or is that a final?
We would like to do this in iteration. So what we have some ideas, and I can handle most of those in the weekly probably. We have a broad outline of a wireframe, but I really wanted to get Derek's expertise. I think you said you've done this in all 3 districts, or you've had this similar conversation. So we can do regular updates. We're not just going to come in August, say, here
Wonderful.
you go, have a nice day.
I didn't think so. I just didn't see it anywhere else, and I saw the other quarterly reports, and I thought, oh, God, I hope they don't do
We
a
could
year's
provide some quarterly updates, so if you're interested.
I would be, yeah.
Okay.
You want the report?
District website, yeah.
In the district one anyway, and then we can talk about
Yeah.
the other one. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Ms. Baton-Kessel.
I would support having some updates before we get the big comprehensive report. So if we're moving in a direction that makes anyone uncomfortable, we can make
which report?
adjustment. Before the final, for the web, not to
the
just
web.
plan
You
a
said the
big,
web too,
yeah, don't just plan a big
Right.
ta-da at the end. I'd rather have like little updates along the way, and that way we can adjust. Yeah,
makes sense.
and our history with the web thing has been a little rocky, so even more so. This looks great to me, Dr. McGee. My only concern is May 12th and June 23rd.
Yeah, there's a lot.
It looks like there's a pileup that happens, and does that mean? I don't know. As we start moving through the year, I think you need to consider whether that's realistic for those 2 dates. Maybe we need an extra board meeting. Maybe some of these things can be spread back. Maybe some things don't need to be board reports. I don't know enough about some of these, so I'm not going to comment on one versus another. I'm just worried about the pileup.
Okay, good to note.
Good. Mr. Tom? Nothing? All right. And my only note was what I mentioned, that we only have two information items scheduled on enrollment. But it's an excellent planning tool for the future board. Okay, so I think if there are no other comments or questions, we will move on to our information item 12, which is the update on the Office for Civil Rights Cases. Dr. McGee.
Good. So in the spirit of the goal that we adopted at the last meeting, I'm going to quote this: to anticipate, respond, and properly resolve potentially distracting and disruptive issues in order to maintain focus on the district's vision of developing our students' knowledge, critical thinking, and problem-solving skills, deepening their knowledge, and nurturing their curiosity, creativity, and resilience, empowering every child to reach his or her fullest intellectual, social, and creative potential. And in our commitment to provide transparent, open, and frequent communication, we will be presenting a monthly informational update on the Office for Civil Rights cases until they have been resolved and closed. Tonight we will begin with a review of the timeline and documentation regarding OCR investigations. In a moment I'm going to point out three of what I believe are the most important documents in your packet. We trust that this open communication will dispel what appears to be a popular misconception that we are fighting OCR. We are not fighting OCR. And I'm going to say that again. We are not fighting the Office of Civil Rights. We are working collaboratively in the best interests of our students to assure that the school district has the appropriate procedures and practices in place to assure that IEPs and 504 plans are being met, and that our school community is one that is welcoming, safe, and supportive of every single one of our nearly 13,000 students and more than 1,600 staff. At the October 28th meeting, we will share information regarding the finances. We don't have this tonight because this takes a long time to put together and we want it to be accurate. We will do our best to track the amount spent in the following four areas. 1, the cost of staff time in preparing materials, staff training, and follow-through on matters related to OCR investigations. These include developing our policy on bullying, of which I am most proud, and our uniform complaint procedure. The costs involved not just in developing, copying materials, but also training our staff and assuring that they are fully implemented throughout the district. The second financial area will be the legal fees spent in complying with OCR requests. The third will be legal fees spent responding to public information requests from the press and public. And fourth, if we can get it, legal fees spent in preparing a board resolution. If I am asked, as I may be tonight, how much money have you spent to fight OCR? The answer will be 0. We have not spent a nickel to fight OCR. Again, our goal is to collaborate with them, and in so doing, we hope to make our processes and procedures more efficient, and we expect that they would want to do the same, again, in the best interest of all our students and staff. So before turning to the board for comments and questions, I would like to remind us, all of us, at the board table and in the audience who've been so patient to wait for this item tonight, I would like to remind us that we still cannot discuss specific students and our staff, and some of the cases still remain confidential. There are 3 items I would like to highlight in the materials. The first, and these just are in order of appearance, not of importance. In orders of appearance, the first is the long list of Public Record Act requests. You will see that some of these, in fact, most of these have to do with the press. Responding to these requests, we asked our staff members responsible for this take, in their words, hundreds of hours and often require hundreds, and in one case more than 1,000 pages of copying. The second item I would like to point out, and I think this is probably more important, it's attachment B. These are policies, practices, and activities that we have put in place to assure the emotional health and well-being of our students. There's 2.5 pages of single-space activities and procedures, and these are not all of them. And I know our student board member can talk about some of these at Gunn. We have several of these at Palo. They're well worth reading and well worth discussing. Each of these are important. The final piece, and perhaps one of the more important pieces, are the set of recommendations. And I think as you read these recommendations, you will find that these are reasonable. In the words of the maybe California in the gold rush days, these are not fighting words. These are not confrontational. These are recommendations, suggestions, recommended reasonable suggestions to improve collaboration and communication. And I think they are already having an impact. In fact, in an OCR complaint filed this fall, the matter was resolved to the schools and district satisfaction within about 3 days, 3 to 5 days after we received the letter. In other words, the process to resolve this was already well in place before we even received the letter. I've had 3 conversations with the case officer already, who returns all the calls promptly, and we have responded with what we needed to give her. So I hope that this most recent case is evidence that we have reached an understanding of the importance of collaboration and communication, and will continue in this vein. So thank you for your patience in these remarks, and with that I'll turn over to the board chair and members for observation and comment.
Thank you, Dr. McGee. We have 3 cards, and this is an information item. Would you like to hear from the public first? All right. Good. So, welcome. We have 3 cards. If anyone else would like to speak on this matter, please just turn in a card to the desk there, and we will get to your card. The first card is Karen Gibson, followed by Maria Elena Gaona Mendoza, followed by Andrea Wolf. Welcome to the podium. Yeah, it's pretty far away.
I'm sorry, press the light here, or?
No. I can hear you.
Okay. My name is Karen Gibson. I'm a gun parent of 2 children and the person who submitted the March OCR complaint, which is still under investigation. I'm very excited that we have a new superintendent this year, and was hopeful that you would have a different point of view than Dr. Skelly had on the OCR resolution. I'm asking that you and the board vote to repeal the resolution. As you know, my daughter was sexually harassed and then assaulted last year during school hours. You can probably imagine the distress that alone would cause a young girl. What was equally distressing was that the supposed intelligent and educated people who were responsible for her safety really didn't have a clue what to do during the situation. When I brought this up the chain of command, everyone at the district level was equally inept. The final slap in the face for me came when the board voted to pass this resolution instead of what I see as working collaboratively with them to fix our broken system. But I don't think it's too late to reverse that course and put our children's needs first. It just doesn't make sense to me why you would have this resolution against this organization that could help you learn how to help keep our children safe. I don't see parents supporting this decision, so I don't understand why you would continue. I don't see what you're really expecting to gain and how on earth this really can help our children. I feel it's just not too late to just accept responsibility and correct mistakes. Finally, I'd like to give you an update on my daughter. She's a senior this year, and it's been exactly 1 year and 3 days since her assault, and she has, finally recovered from that assault. But she did not want to return to gun this year, and she didn't think Palo was going to be any better either. She really wanted to finish up at Foothill, but unfortunately their schedule just didn't work for her. She doesn't want her senior yearbook, and she very reluctantly took her senior photo only because Grandma wanted a copy, but she couldn't care less. She will not look back fondly on gun. She wonders why I bothered to come here tonight, or why I bothered to be on the climate committee last year, or why I bothered to be on the accreditation committee this year, because she thinks it's a waste of time. She doesn't think things will change. I think if the district had put in a fraction of the time and effort into my daughter's case as it has on the resolution, she might have felt cared for at school last year, and she wouldn't be as cynical as she is today. But I still have some hope that maybe with our new superintendent, things could change. So I ask you again to please reconsider and repeal the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson. Maria Elena Gaona Mendoza, followed by Andrea Wolf, followed by Kim Bomar.
Wow, what she has said is, it really gets to my heart, because that's exactly how we are feeling on the very first case of the disabled child. You are complaining with all these Congress people about OCR not responding or not doing this and not doing that. Who should I complain? Higher than this? It seems like I can, because you are overpowering everybody. With your actions, that's what you're telling us. Look at us. This is who we are, and nobody's going to be able to make us assume responsibility. The child suffered. The child was hit, was punched, was called retarded. The child is still far away from the family. We don't get to celebrate the 15 years birthday party as we Latino people do, because she's suffering from mental illnesses that got aggravated by you not respecting her civil rights. That's just so much pain. And to hear today that you're not fighting OCR, you just want things to improve. How can we improve things on your side towards the parents? My child right now has been denied of her services. She was put in a co-ed education when I asked only girls, please. If I have to send her far away from us, at least only girls, so I don't have to worry about boys. I was not listening. I had to sign what I had to sign in order to keep my child alive. But at least I promised, give her the sex education, because she's at this point interested in girls more than and boys more than anybody else. And we signed that mediation IEP long time ago. Until this day, she has not gotten the sex education, and she had already. They told us that she had planned already to run away with a boy to have sex. They're taking so long. So you are trying to make things better. Why can't we do that for you? Why can somebody, I already sent an email to the superintendent too about this. My child is being denied the services. You agree legally in a contract, in a mediation meeting. There were lawyers there. And they're telling me, I will not give you that unless you sign less education time. That was never said that we need to do that. When you sign of agreement, and I do, we have to do it. And that's exactly how it started. Her whole case. Her whole case started like that. You deny to do an investigation about how, but you don't need an investigation. Nobody of you has said, sit down with me, Maria Elena, and tell me what went wrong. And that's exactly what went wrong. All of you ignore. You weren't here before, but all of you ignore. You saw her crying for help. And you saw my emails, and all of you ignore. The time that you're spending now, you should have
Thank you,
spent it on
Marielena.
her to defend her civil rights.
Our next speaker is Andrea Wolf, followed by Kim Bomar, followed by Gina Dahmer.
Hi, my name is Andrea Wolf. It's nice to see you at the first board meeting I've come to since you've been superintendent. The board's stance towards the OCR continues to be disheartening to me. I'm here to reiterate the request I made to you last June. Please stop spending taxpayer money on instructing the Office for Civil Rights on how to do their job. I'm sure they have not done everything perfectly in their interactions with this school district, just as I am certain that this school district has made some mistakes in their dealings with some of our community's families. Despite all of the documentation around this issue that you've provided the public with this week, I'm still perplexed as to why the Palo Alto School Board has decided that this issue is so important that you've been willing to spend a great deal of money on lawyers that you've instructed to write endless letters of protest and recommendations to the OCR. This district mission statement is, we are a public pre-K through 12 school district that unites our students, teachers, staff, and parents to deliver on our collective vision by offering a rich and challenging academic experience to all students within a supportive community dedicated to preparing our youth for the challenges of living in a fast-changing world. Nowhere does it say anything in this mission statement about it being our school board's responsibility to instruct a federal office on how to improve. Please cease and desist this type of, to use your words, collaboration and communication with the OCR. It's time to return to activities that clearly support this district's mission. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Kim Bomar, followed by Gina Dolmer, followed by Ken Dauber.
Hi, my name is Kim Bomar. I'm a parent. I have sons at JLS and Nixon Elementary School. I just want to say I am just really delighted to hear the response to complaints as articulated by our new superintendent, Dr. McGee. I think the approach of having clear policies so that parents can be heard, and then followed by prompt action before a situation balloons into a federal case, is all that's ever been required. So I really appreciate the change in tone and maybe the learning from past lessons. But I think the resolution that was passed before you came here still remains a black eye on not only this board, but on the people of Palo Alto who live here. I've said this to some of you before. My mother grew up right across the street from a school that she was not permitted to go to. So the notion of separating civil rights from education, even for a good school district, but the notion that somehow civil rights enforcement should be limited because it can be inconvenient, maybe mistakes are made, maybe it's personal, maybe it's overstepping, I think you just got that very wrong. I can give you the example of voting. I hate at election time listening to those 30-second commercials and getting the pamphlets with the misleading titles that you know are just going to dupe voters who are too lazy to research what the candidate is about or what the proposition is about. But no one would ever suggest that democracy is flawed because of that. Because we value democracy, you value the inefficiencies, you create a wide berth for it. And in the same way, I think it's civil rights in education. I understand, or at least I hear, that there's facts that the public is not aware of. But even if those are true, I believe the resolution that you adopted was really wrong. From a person who comes from a family where civil rights and education have been crucial, I think that was a mistake, and I hope you would formally change that to reflect the new attitude, the new tone, and the new direction that's being taken as articulated today.
Thank you, Ms. Bomar. Gina Dolmer, followed by Ken Dauber.
Thank you. Good evening. For the past several months, I've had the opportunity to have hundreds of conversations with parents and teachers. These conversations have led me to believe that there is a community distrust about the district's relationships with the Office of Civil Rights. I think we need to change course. We will not be able to build a relationship with the OCR that, as Dr. McGee has suggested, is about working to benefit our young men and women and making sure policy and procedures are in compliance. With a standing resolution that clearly states that the Office of Civil Rights is purposely confrontational, disruptive, and with no regards to instruction, that it acts with the intention to promote confusion and concern, that questions the integrity and honesty of the lawyers of the Office of Civil Rights. These words denote confrontation, not collaboration. I urge the board to change our focus into one of real collaboration in benefit of all the kids in our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dolmer. Ken Dauber, our last card.
Good evening. My name is Ken Dauber. The job of the school board is to put students first. That means using the district's resources wisely, prudently, and in a way that benefits students by focusing on the educational mission of the district. I don't think that the actions that we're talking about tonight that flow from the school board's resolution meet that test. In fact, I don't think that they have any benefit whatsoever for the students of the district. It doesn't benefit students to reopen a 2-year-old closed case in order to re-argue findings as the resolution calls for. It doesn't benefit students in the district to engage in a national lobbying campaign with respect to OCR's investigative procedures. If the board believes that there are issues of process or procedure with Office for Civil Rights that it wishes to deal with, then there are less expensive and less confrontational ways to address that. And in fact, the board's packet includes letters that indicate that those avenues are being pursued. I'd like to focus, well, let me say one more thing, and that is that I also think that the board's resolution really does not reflect the community's value for civil rights and for civil rights enforcement. And that I've heard very clearly from many, many parents and community members over the last months. I'd like, though, to focus on this question of prudent use of the resources that the community has entrusted the district with, and to talk about what the $50,000 that has been reported was spent on the lobbying campaign alone could have purchased for the students of our district. We could have had 1,700 hours of tutoring at $30 an hour. We could have had 1.5 FTEs for special education aides working on inclusion in our district. We have teachers paying for construction paper and paperback books and crayons and pencils. $50,000 would have gone a long way to meet the needs that our teachers are paying for out of their pocket. I think we can all agree that there are needs in our district that students have, that teachers have, that this money would have been far better put towards. So what I would like to do is to call you back to the mission of the district, to call you back to the educational mission of the district, and to ask you to ask the question of yourselves, do these expenditures really, really put students first? And if the answer is no, as I think it's not, then I think the right next step is to take a step back from confrontation and to take a step back from the course that you've chosen and to rescind the resolution that you're proceeding under. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dauber. Okay, this is simply an information item, again, to Sunshine. Information this month, since the last update was in June, and the plan is to present an update each month until all of the cases are closed. So are there any, let's see, we are starting with Ms. Emberling on this one.
So thank you to all the speakers for coming forward today. I know this has been a very tough issue for all of us to navigate. It's challenging to navigate these delicate issues. I think there is a balance of transparency and confidentiality when we approach these issues. I think, I want to thank you, Max, for this comprehensive report. I think it is a clear deliverable on the goal of anticipating and responding to potentially distracting and disruptive issues. I think we did spend a lot of time and resources on this issue, trying to get a handle on everything and what the demands were and navigating all of the legal ramifications of everything. And I really think this is transparent and in-depth and answers a lot of the community questions that I've been getting. So thank you very much for putting that all together. I really like the chart. I think that's just a very clear image in terms of what the cases were and what the status is. I think it's hard sometimes. You're mentioning a lot about the thousands of papers that have been in the FOIA requests, the Public Records Act requests. There have been even more thousands of pages that we've had to go through in confidential sessions. So it's just such an easy thing to do and such a nice thing to do, I think, to help clarify where we are with everything. So thank you. I think the work that the district has done has improved services for students. I think it has clarified policies and procedures, particularly around issues of bullying prevention and reporting. I think everyone here on the board has taken a turn working on a lot of the initiatives that have gone through, not only at the district level, but also all the staff training and the conversations that have happened at school sites have all been triggered by the conversations that are happening in the community and on the board level. And so I do think in that way we have been very responsive to the need to improve practices that benefit students directly. And so I think we have worked very hard on that. I think it's even gone beyond the scope of the 2 pages of stuff that you have in here. I know that we have taken proactive steps in all of the cases, including the ones that are pending, including the ones that we haven't heard back from OCR on.
That's right.
I know that even just knowing what the allegations are, what the experiences of people have been, that we have taken steps to mitigate those, even without having input. So I know that we've been proactive in many areas. The addition of the last attachment, the recommendations that was put together in July, that was really helpful. And want to thank my colleagues that worked on that as well. I think that is probably the most useful overview for the community in terms of being really clear with what the frustrations have been that we've been going through. And I appreciated the level of detail, but also the summaries that came with each item. It really helps to clarify many of the questions that are out there. Of course, there's still a lot of things that we cannot discuss. Families, individual families can certainly discuss them, but we cannot. And so there has been this, again, delicate balance between transparency and confidentiality. I very much appreciate the transparent nature of having monthly updates in terms of where are we, have we heard back, and what else are we doing proactively to address concerns of the community, even without having the input from OCR. So that's what I'll be looking for in those. I am also very interested in your suggestion to support an item on costs of compliance. I think that'll be really useful for us in terms of just looking at the budget effects of all of the changes that we've made. I think that'll also answer a lot of other questions. And thank you for informing us right away about the complaint that was filed on day 2, all of the efforts that you've made to talk to the family, to talk to the schools, to talk to OCR, and to get this resolved as quickly as possible to everyone's benefit, most importantly, the student. I think that's the sort of thing that we want to see and that we really appreciate. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Bain-Caswell.
First of all, I want to say that I think this is a learning process for all of us. And in going through the recommendations that we have gotten from the Office of Civil Rights and in rolling out new programs in order to better educate and sensitize our community, and that's the teachers, that's the students, that's the parents, we have learned a bunch of things. And I believe we have been able to make some real improvements. There are always some people that think that there are things that we need to improve on. I encourage those folks to come forward with those suggestions. I think it's helpful. I'm saddened that we have some families that still feel that or wish we would have done some things different over the course of these investigations, and I hope we'll learn from that, and I hope that families won't have these problems going forward. I hope we've made some changes that will make a difference for our students. It has been challenging to work with an organization that tells us they're investigating and then doesn't tell us what they're upset with for a long time. As a result of that dynamic, we have had a bunch of things play out in the press where we can't respond to them. And that's very difficult for the students. That does impact students. That impacts their families. That impacts the teachers who are trying to do the best job possible, but they're not sure where they should change things. And so if we didn't give feedback to the organization that was trying to make sure we did a better job in doing the work we're supposed to do, then we wouldn't be helping them as they go to the next organization that might not need to make improvements. So I think this is a learning process for all of us. I am very appreciative Dr. McGee is going to be giving an update on this on a monthly basis. I think visibility into where we are, how many cases are outstanding, what they are, in as much as we're allowed to share that, is helpful. It's helpful for everybody. This list of recommendations to the Office of Civil Rights is so that we can work with them more readily and be more successful in making the changes that need to be made, and so that other organizations that they work with also will be able to make changes in a more timely manner. It's very hard to work with an organization when the communication isn't flowing. So again, I'll say that I'm saddened that we weren't, that there are families that feel like the changes that were made were not quick enough, or in depth enough, or fast enough for their children. I hope we've learned from this, and I hope we learn going forward and we do a better job. Right now, we are where we are, so it's a moving forward. How are we going to move forward? And I think this is the right way to move forward, to provide transparency, to make sure that we're doing all the things that we said we were going to be doing, and making sure that we are letting people know what we said we were going to do. I don't think that it was these lists of activities and these lists of the actual complaints. I don't think this was something that everyone knew about. I mean, if you were working on certain committees, you might have seen these lists, but it wasn't, we weren't distributing them in a way that was as transparent as this is. So I appreciate this, Dr. McGee. Thank you very much. And I look forward to resolving all of these and not having additional ones.
Right.
Thank you. Mr. Tom?
Thank you for this report. I look forward to this being an ongoing item that's brought before the board. I did have a few questions that perhaps you can help with, Dr. McGee. If not now, certainly at the next update at the end of October. Could you describe the kind of work that's required to fulfill a Public Records Act request?
First, it's gathering the documents. Second, it's going through them to make sure that confidential information is not being, for that process of redaction. That's something you really can't do with a word processor. You just can't put in a name and it cuts it. So somebody has to literally go through and read line by line. And whether it's attorney does or whether it's staff time, it's money. We, given that it's involves issues of confidentiality, I think we're best advised to use an attorney to do that kind of work, or a paralegal. Next is a copying cost. Well, first of all, you have to respond to it within 10 days in what you're going to do. But next is the copying and duplicating and the time it takes to put that together. So it's, we asked Charles's assistant, who really did most of that, and you know, she just, in fact, I have a quote from her, you know, I just spent hundreds of hours doing that. So that's what's involved. It sounds like a simple process, but as you can see from some of the requests, they look for, you know, literally volumes of documents. And so it's a time-consuming, expensive process.
And every document needs to be examined for whether it should be redacted. And
Sure.
Is that something, because when I thought about it, is it somewhat gray in the sense that it's easy. It would be easy to say, oh, well, this is over redacted, or gee, this is under redacted, because there's a judgment call that has to be made.
There is a judgment call. I mean,
Right.
I guess the yeah. I mean, you're absolutely right. It's somehow he took out too much information. Perhaps he didn't take out enough. But we just I think it's best to err on the side of protecting individual rights.
Now, when we some of the data requests from OCR have, summed up to, thousands of pages.
Right.
Now, do we need to go through the same kind of redaction process, or is
Not
it
for
different?
OCR. No, no.
They get it straight.
They get it without that. Right. But for as you can see from the list, many of those requests are from news media.
Well, right.
Yeah.
None of that is the OCR request.
Right. So, but the OCR request, no, they get the names of the people. So we don't go through that same process.
Got it. Okay. All right. So I did want to say a few words about the path to the resolution we passed in June, because I'm speaking for myself, but I believe it was a step that none of us looked forward to taking. It wasn't wasn't something we were hoping we would have to do. That was not our best case scenario by far. And I'd also like to say that it's not. It's a mistake to view this as a matter of either or. We've complied with all elements of our resolution agreement with the OCR, and I believe our district is better for it. We've worked as collaboratively as we could with the OCR, and that's our duty. It's also our duty to serve every student in our district as best we can. And part of that means, to me, when we have concerns about some of the OCR processes that have an unnecessarily negative impact on our district, we need to speak up. When they have an unnecessarily negative impact on teacher and staff time, on legal fees, I think we need to do something about that. Several times we've expressed concerns about their process directly to them in writing, and that was upon suggestion by the office director of the San Francisco OCR. In one of the few meetings that they agreed to have with Ms. Mitchell and I, as board members, because there were other ones where they refused to meet with us. They would only meet with our staff and legal counsel. But in one of those meetings, when we raised concerns, the district director said, well, yes, those you should raise those, and you should basically, I can't remember if they exactly said that we should write them, but that we should raise those concerns, and so we did that in writing. And we've done that several times directly, and we've also requested information from them under the Freedom of Information Act to better understand their process in two of the cases. And unfortunately, the only written responses we have received from them of any substance have been denials of our Freedom of Information Act requests. And the responses to our appeals to those requests are way, way overdue. There's been absolutely no responses to the concerns we've raised, none. As I reflect back on our journey here, I wish we could have brought the community along on the path we took to that resolution. However, the biggest roadblocks have been our limitations on what we can say about student matters, what we can say when there's ongoing negotiation with the OCR, and also when we were attempting to work very directly with the OCR to address our concerns without shining a public light on it. Our first goal was to try to work collaboratively with them, resolve the issues, and move forward. When it became clear that we were not making any progress, we were left with very few choices. So it's very difficult. And still, you know, when we communicate, as we are tonight, as we will going forward about OCR cases, we have to protect student privacy. And there are many particulars about the cases that we cannot release, that we cannot say, and will not be known by the public. So, I mean, the most specific we can get is in that document that has a list of recommendations. It has recommendations on how the OCR districts can collaborate more constructively. It states, for each case, for each situation, it states a process concern that we have in our experience in working with the OCR. It gives an example of that problem, and usually you can infer the negative impact on our district from that. And I mean, it's not just a whining document. It also gives a very specific recommendation on what could work better. So, yeah, I continue to hope that we will work collaboratively with OCR towards our common goals in an effective and constructive manner, and timely manner, which has also been a concern. And I'm pleased that Dr. McGee's recent interactions with OCR reflect strong collaborative efforts, both by Dr. McGee as well as by OCR. So I find that very encouraging. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tom. Before you start, Ms. Townsend, could I have a motion to extend the meeting? We have one item after this, and then board reports.
I move that we extend the meeting to 10:35.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Sounds precise. Yeah. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right. So acted. Ms. Townsend.
And I'm not going to add a lot of comments to well-prepared comments from my colleagues. We have discussed, or certainly I have discussed as much in terms of policy we can talk about. We can't talk about specific cases. It's very difficult to even go down there because you can't respond to people about specific cases, even when people do come and talk about their children in public. We are not able to respond, and tonight is no exception. However, it is important when two bodies of government work together that they work together effectively, because we are in the same business of, well, at least with regard to OCR and our district, in the business of protecting children against each other, protecting children as they grow up, helping teachers help children grow up and be kind to each other. But it's two different levels of government, and it's our obligation to work well together and to let us know when one isn't doing as well as we should. Clearly, OCR can share information with us on how we can do better. The same was true, evidently true, in the case of working with OCR in these cases. Having gone to National School Boards Convention this past year, it was the hottest item on the National School Board Convention was OCR making a presentation to school lawyers that they were seeking to go into communities and encourage people to bring cases against school districts so that the law would become known. That is a strategy. And that was very difficult for school boards across the nation to hear that. And I sat in that audience. It becomes important, if that is a strategy of getting the information about law out to school districts, given the information that I see in front of our packet, what tolls that can take also on classes, schools, and the children themselves to bring these decisions, to communicate. It just seems there are better ways to do it. And, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time here, but I am pleased to see recommendations laid out here in context of the cases that we've had our experiences that we've had that we can share with OCR. And I do appreciate comments made to my colleagues when actually our elected representatives were actually allowed to speak with another government body. It struck me as strange, and I'll tell you, it struck me as strange in the first instance that a popularly elected body, the office would not speak to our representatives. And it was only after repeatedly saying, and I was one of those saying, you are elected. You should be able to talk to another governmental body about how we proceed. So I'm delighted to hear that finally occurred. And it was obviously in those conversations that you're able to move and discuss some of the issues. As a lawyer, I can tell you that problems of due process are fundamental here. Not being able to know evidence, children who have been accused of being bullies, not knowing what the actual evidence is against you. Teachers' reputations are on the line, not having evidence. This is very troubling. Administrative law is very different than trial law, of which I'm used to, where there's clear rules of procedure. That's not true in agency law, at least as it was practiced here. The recommendations I see that have been brought forward are really to clarify for how one proceeds, and you can protect all people in the process. So while would there have been a better way to do all this? I'm not sure. We are where we are. I appreciate the recommendations made to the Office of Civil Rights. I think that, thank you, Dr. McKee, for getting on top of this when you did come. It has been a heated political time when even meeting in the public with OCR, it was almost a three-ring circus. It was not how governments should do business with each other. And I think we can both do better, and I certainly hope we shall do better in the future for our district and other districts as well. So thank you for updating us. Thank you for putting this together, and I look forward to proceeding and making sure our kids are safe in this district. We've worked on policies, we've worked on training, and we will continue to do so. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Townsend. Rose, would you like to ask any questions or comment?
I'm not sure I have any questions. I was not here for the beginning of this debate, and I do not want to say something that might offend anyone or be completely wrong. But I will say, you know, in terms of moving forward, I think obviously these are all cases of things where something went wrong somewhere, but we can't go back in time. And moving forward, and we have a whole list of what our schools do to try to prevent these cases from happening, and I think adding to that list is an effective step forward, and that would be the student input on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Rose. There are just a few. I agree with the points are well made and touching on different aspects of this. This is not a path we would have chosen, as has been pointed out. I think one thing that occurs to me that's really important to say is that the board's actions and continuing actions have nothing to do with the complainants. We can all understand the level of frustration that could arise for a parent to file a complaint. And we don't necessarily know all of those elements that went into that. We have no issue with the fact that there's a process for parents to file complaints with the Office for Civil Rights, nor their authority to investigate those complaints. None. The problem we've had is with the procedures, the investigation procedures themselves, and you know, that's conveyed in the resolution. It's conveyed in the recommendations. There's nothing in the recommendations that could be interpreted as unreasonable or that wouldn't benefit justice for all parents, students, and staff members. And, you know, I think that certainly one of the things that surprised us has been the, if you will, the cost of compliance in these investigations. Dr. McGee just cited a case where within a few days, over a few phone calls, some significant things were figured out. Yet we have instances that have taken a year, going on to 2 years. We can't characterize all of the details of those procedural issues, and we've struggled to keep what we've conveyed publicly at the procedural level. But you know, some of the examples have been cited. You know, you have the policy-making body of the district. If there's an issue surrounding discrimination, these are the policymakers, and it's a policy level matter. It is the board's responsibility, and those communications should come to the board and should be heard and discussed with board members. I mean, they're just, we spent a year in meetings and in correspondence, verbal conversations, written conversations, you know, without getting clarity on our questions of a procedural nature. Unlike anything I've ever experienced in my 20 years with this district. As we've said before in public, we never interpreted that as a personal shortcoming of any of the attorneys we dealt with. They all seemed very professional, certainly very dedicated. It didn't reduce the problems it created for us. You know, another example is the occasions where we had conflicting guidance from state law and the Office of Civil Rights, where a school board, a school district, a school staff member should not be in the position of having to choose between those two important matters on something that is so important as civil rights and or an allegation of discrimination, certainly against a student. These were not normal circumstances, and certainly not our preferred course to resolve them. But as I was beginning to say, I think that, you know, as I support the presentation once we can break the cost down in a very accurate way, because it certainly isn't, the cost breakdown isn't the way we asked staff at the time or legal counsel or our consultants to keep records. But between hiring legal experts on harassment law to train our staff, to hiring legal experts to help us craft customized policies that basically are model for the state, because they don't exist in template form, that marry the state laws with the federal guidance with regard to harassment and bullying prevention, as well as complaint procedures. No one else has done that. That took over a year. It was difficult because the agencies had different points of view. The product is very good. The product, as everyone has said, has strengthened our system. One speaker mentioned, you know, mistakes surely were made on both sides. I'm certain that's true. I'm certain there are things we could have done differently, could have done better, and perhaps the agency could have as well. It isn't binary. We can do both. We can both strengthen our system. We can also take an active part with public policy makers and our education affiliates to improve the practice so that it isn't so impactful. The compliance costs are huge. I think they shocked me in terms of the level of work that's required, both in terms of the data requests, basically responding to OCR requests, the compliance costs of honoring and fulfilling our obligations under the public records requests are time-consuming, both of staff and any counsel that we feel is critical to provide so that the actions we're taking are legally sound. We're not, with the exception of one individual here, you know, we're not lawyers. So, and our staff, we're educators. Not me personally, but our staff are educators. And so we've relied on different elements to ensure that our decisions are sound, legally sound, morally sound, values-wise sound. But none of this work, while I may not convince everyone, none of this work is to suggest that people who file complaints are doing a bad thing, or that we're trying to suggest that it's not the right thing to do if a parent has a concern. On the contrary, we have clearly understood the value of making the procedures for communicating with staff and the district more simple and clear and consistent. It benefits staff as well as parents and students. So I do support the continuing effort to provide updates as we do meet. We have some meetings, Ms. Baton-Caswell and myself, with elected officials as well as education coalition members to share, again, the recommendations which we consider to be, very strong and reasonable, as well as to, I think, share some information on the compliance costs that those in those positions of policymaking will be surprised at as unintended consequences, and not the kinds of burdens that we would want a single school district to absorb. Anyway, thank you for your comments, Dr. McGee. Thank you for your report.
You're welcome. We'll have another one next month.
This will come back next month with additional updated information in the categories we covered this time. So we are, with 8 minutes left, we have, this is a discussion item, our final item, the authorization to issue an amendment to specialty consultants for testing and inspection services. This is a routine type of item.
Take it away, Bob.
Thank you. So this is, you've seen these kind of items before. They're for minimal dollar amounts. They're presented to you because the aggregate amount is over $100,000. This is for specialty testing and inspection at Duvenick Elementary School. The project is now completed. That particular consultant had additional work to do, mainly because of the project was a reasonably long one, and state requirements had changed. So this is discussion, and it's our recommendation to pay this.
Townsend is
I was
going to
just
town.
gonna say
I love
consent on this.
Thank you, Dr. Golton. And
$11,000.
the report was very clear, and it has become a routine type of item. Are there any board member questions or comments?
No.
Consent, okay?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Golton.
We'll make it to the airport on time, Bob.
All right, let's keep going.
There you go,
Keep going.
perfect.
Oh, good. Thank you, Dr. Golden. All right, we move to board member reports, correspondence, board operations recognition. I wonder if we want to start with the BPRC.
Yeah, that, right.
That would be
Because,
coming.
Questions about that?
Yeah,
Right.
Ms. Townsend and Ms. Emmerling have done some great
right,
work,
and
which
put
is
it
attached.
in perspective, this is just a report, so actually it's not an agendized item. So it will come back as an agendized item, and so we really, taking general comments is fine, although I think Dr. McGee should be the one receiving these. So,
Yeah.
so as you can see, why we started working with this is that over time, the actual procedure has just changed. I mean, and so we tried to reflect that here. So you might have some questions and we can answer that, but we can't probably
Maybe
get
just
into-
give us a short context of, what
Sure.
problem you were trying to solve and what your good work in kind of developing a set of meetings and protocols, it looks
All
like.
right, why don't I take a stab and then you can. Sure. Okay, so the first thing is that all of these people listed in these committees don't come. So we were trying to realistically get a group that could come, and we don't pay people extra. This is just their opportunity to be involved. In addition, in the past, we used to, when we first did it, we used to go through the blocks of CS updates and then send them out to staff. Well, that step wasn't really happening. It was kind of clerical, and the suggestion is that the superintendent and the board and the committee chair go through those, send those out appropriately, so that when they come back to the BPRC, we'll have sent them to the right people in the first place. Go ahead.
And that's in your handy dandy chart on the last
Like
page.
the flow chart. Right, yeah, I thought this really clarified things, yeah.
And we're also going to try to regularize meetings, and it come fall with everything else we're going to get because we get so far behind. We really need to have monthly meetings, and Ms. Emberling will be the chair the next year coming up. Yes. And so we want, we've got these dates for this year. I frankly don't think there's enough in here to get totally caught up. We may need to add some more, but we're trying to get caught up before a new committee gets started.
Yeah, we added a last step too of dissemination to make sure that once our policies are actually enacted, that there's a plan for disseminating them to everybody. Yeah,
right.
So the work doesn't end
Do
here.
either of you have an estimate of either from last year's experience, or any clues on this year? How many pages of policy updates?
Well, gosh.
It's got our third batch, right?
Right.
Yeah. So we're meeting Thursday morning and Friday afternoon to start dispensing these to
clicking
staff.
through them.
Hundreds of pages.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Sometimes
It's a
maybe
lo-
even 4
It's a
digits.
lot. It's a lot.
Okay.
And so there's some little language things on here that I might suggest to BPRC, a few little changes, but I'm not going to discuss here because we're not here to
Well,
to
thank
do
you
that.
for sunshining it, and
But
most especially for the.
And please do send your comments to Dr. McGee, and he can bring them to BPRC.
So should I not ask a question?
You could ask a question.
You're welcome to ask a question.
Yeah, okay, because what's not clear to me is when these other BPRC members participate, because I mean, as I recall from before, I mean, there's actually a small number of the policies that are actually of concern to those other members.
Correct. Well, I was going to say, but where is our?
Yeah, she's not there.
She's there. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, you're there,
here.
and the other one. Terry has come to nearly every meeting, and certainly before that, it's always been the PAEA president has really appeared at all those, and then on occasion people come and don't come. So.
And we
So
found
they're
it actually quite helpful.
So basically, they're invited, but they're not required. But do they get the information ahead of time so they could, in a way, look at the policies and decide, oh, well, gee, I really got to be there.
We're going to try to
the
do
idea.
that. And when the superintendent and the board president go through these things, these are triggered so that they just don't go to one staff, but they would go to others who would have input, because it's so invaluable to get it early on. So that's the intent.
So it's like invitation, but not required attendance, like a quorum
Correct.
necessary.
No.
Okay.
And in fact, the committee still is the three, the superintendent, the two board members, and then, yes, the primary and the others are invited to participate.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. And let's start with you, Mr. Tomoff, on any other board member reports.
I'll be in Sacramento this weekend for a CSBA Board of Directors meeting, so that'll be fun. It's my last one in Sacramento. And then, after that's in
Withdrawal.
San Francisco, but yeah, that's it. And then Ms. Emberling, do you want to speak to our City School Liaison Committee meeting? Or would you?
You can go ahead.
Okay, so there's
You're on a roll.
it was very interesting because what we heard was the budgeting process for the city of Palo Alto.
Well, we got a property tax.
Well, it was
It was under the category of how do we
how they develop.
incorporate, develop budgets with property tax information.
So there are some differences in approach. Theirs is less conservative in the sense that per the finance committee direction, the staff uses the compound average growth rate over the past 10 to 20 years to project receipts. This is for property tax revenue, to project them for their 10-year long-range forecast. But I will note that the city has much more diverse revenue sources than we do, because we're highly dependent on a single one, whereas although it's hard to know how correlated they are in any case. I mean, they might have different lags, but I'm sure there's some correlation between their different forms of tax revenue. The other thing was trying to summarize
Riveting. It's riveting.
Well, their property taxes. Yes, thank you. It's 19% of their city revenue is property tax. Now this was very interesting. You'll like this one. The current residential to commercial split of secured property tax valuation. Okay, so that's like the land part. Is 74% residential, 26% commercial. In 2005, so just 9 years ago, the split was 66%, 34%. So it's shifted by about 1% a year. Okay.
Are you going to
to
send
the
that
burden.
to us, or is that not?
I think Ms. Mack.
Oh, okay. I'd be interested
if
in looking at it,
Cash
but
sends
not
that to
right
you,
now.
you could forward it on, because
No, really, I did just
that I thought was very. And then the other thing was that rentals, they said, are 45% of residents.
Wow.
In Palo Alto.
Yep.
I believe it, yeah.
Yep.
That's pretty steady.
Yep.
I believe it, yeah.
So anyway, those are the big points. Unless there's more you want to.
Nope. No.
Thank you. Thank you,
We
Mr.
need to
Tom.
Oh,
extend the
that's
meeting.
No, just go.
Okay.
Do you have something to share?
No. We're past the time I got.
Oh, boom.
City school.
Hey, we're almost.
I have no major updates.
Okay, and just wanted to point to a couple things in correspondence. There's some community member inputs on parent feedback to staff and to historic buildings and to waste reduction in our schools and recycling and such, and then also something from the County Office of Education on the County Reorganization Committee, which is anticipating an election.
And you're all invited to Duvnik at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning for a second cup of coffee. Maybe a third by then.